Hey yo! I'm Super Chuffer. Genshin Impact. Ah! Ayatwa! Ah! Ta 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 ta! Ah! Ta 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 ta! Ta 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 ta! Ta 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 ta! Ta 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 ta! Ta 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 ta! Ta 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 I'm Scott. I'm Scott. Oh, hello. I'm Scott. I'm Scott. Oh, hello. Super Chuffer. 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 Ganji Kid. 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 I'm Scott. Oh, hello. Ganji Kid. I'm Scott. Oh, hello. Ganji Kid. I'm Scott. Ganji Kid. I'm Scott. Ganji Kid. I'm Scott. Ganji Kid. That's enough of that. Thanks. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganji Kid. Why don't you pop by? Why don't you pop by? I forgot to even save the damn Twitch your channel. Why don't you pop by? 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 This is why, isn't it? This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? This is why you don't pop by. Oh yeah. This is why, isn't it? We've got a really like big Genji Impact playthrough playlist now. If you look on the playlist now, right, on Genji Impact, we've got our own channel, Genji Impact there, for Genshin Impact. I've also got my Super Chuffer channel, my main channel, but this is just for Genshin Impact, this channel, Genji Impact. If you look at that, yeah, and you look at the videos there, the videos don't start, well, you have to find out where they start, you have to scroll all the way down, it's a long way, but they start 4 months ago. Well, you've been playing it longer than 4 months, you've been playing it nearly a year, haven't you, Scotty Hottie? Super Chuffer, Genji Kid. Yes, I have, haven't I? Yeah. Well, how come where do I see those videos? Well, they're on the Super Chuffer channel, aren't they? Under videos there. No, they're not anymore. Some of them are, look. Some of them are still there. But gradually, they're just going to disappear off there. It's not the Super Chuffer channel is not a Genshin Impact channel any further. There's just a few videos up there of some bits and pieces I've done off my streams in the past. Bit of a mix, bit of a mishmash. It's more about the lives there at the moment. Kicking off proper. That one, a day ago, got 20k views. Kicking off proper. Going to be doing a big thus this weekend. Is Sunday. Tomorrow is the Monday. And Monday thus. Ooh, a nice super thus on Monday. And what we're doing on Monday is we're going to be doing narcissism. We've been looking at red flags of narcissism. It's been really interesting. And we're going to sort of, in the next 2 weeks, we're going to finish off our examination of the narcissist characteristics. And I've been finding it really, really interesting, to be honest. I've been watching other media. Sound like an idiot. I've been watching videos on YouTube, and in those videos on YouTube I've seen some people I thought, oh, that's narcissism, you doing your traits. And then, because I've been learning from this, so it's actually been really good. I feel confident that we should finish off that work on narcissism before we move into the next phase of whatever it is we do on that chuffing podcast that we do. When it gets up to about 10,000 video views on a drop, reasonably regular. It's quite a lot, that is, but when it gets there, which I think we can get to, we'll just shift it onto its own channel, watch it drop again. Oh no, where's all the viewers gone? Well, it's been shifted onto its own channel now, it confuses things. Yeah, but it'll be better over the long time, won't it? Yes. Yes, it will. But at the moment, looking forward to doing that on Monday. Genji Impact's got its own channel. I've been uploading what we've been doing on Genshin Impact to its own channel. Well, where do you see the rest of the videos? Hello, Cruel. Did you like my intro? I haven't finished my intro yet. I'm going to go back to that in a minute. Hang on. I had an idea. I'm going to go back to that in a minute. Where's my channel? I'll do it now. I'll do it now. No, we'll do it in a minute. Oh, wait, hang on there. Okay, I'll just get it ready. So where's the rest of it anyway? How can you watch all of my Genshin Impact playthrough? All of it, bear in mind. All of it. Well, where are the videos? Well, don't worry, I've got you covered. There's a playlist now. The playlist lives here. This is it from now on. Genji Impact, the playlist. There's only one playlist now. It's not confusing anymore. There's one. Genji Impact, full playthrough. And my first time playing Genshin Impact 11 months ago is up there. On the Super Chuffer channel, unlisted. Ah, unlisted. Well, not that one, because that's the first one. You might as well leave that up. But some of these are unlisted now. But you can still access them through this playlist. So if you want the full experience of all of my episodes ever playing it ever, starting on the PlayStation, I'll have you know, moving up to... And I need to watch my first episode again, because I need to remember some of this lore, don't I? But it's really interesting that now we're nearly at a year, and like there are 146... There's about 7 to 10 videos that never made it up. You know, episodes that didn't become episodes, where we just did a little bit of messing about on Twitch instead. But all of my playthrough, all the story mode for a full year on Genshin Impact, all the story mode of the game itself, and the full year's events and all that sort of stuff. Look at it there. Packed in, piled in. Some good thumbnails back when I was pumping. And now it's chilling more than pumping. Some more chilling but interesting thumbnails. I quite like the Big Me Kenny Mondstadt thumbnail with Paimon. Quite like that thumbnail. Quite good, isn't it, having the big playlist? I think that's good. I'm going to go back to my first time playing it and have a look. Someone critiqued this the other day. They said they saw this video on my Super Chuffer channel. They saw it on the Super Chuffer channel and they said, oh, this isn't very good. You're not very good as a streamer and you're talking a lot and you're not getting on with it and stuff. And, you know, I like Genshin Impact, but I didn't like this video, so you should probably take it down because it's a bad video. And like, this is a year ago. I'm learning how to stream, so I'm not taking it down. It's staying up. This is my first time playing Genshin Impact. I do a lot of talking, don't I? And I'm not such a good streamer, am I? No. But we've come a long way, so I like it. I like it.
There's the reason why.
I mean, for a start, you don't know that...
See the wind god?
As we all know.
There's no one in chat, look. The chat's not moving at the top. You don't know that's chat. It just says my name, Gravekeeper. But you don't know it's actually chat, because no one's talking in it for a start.
Thinks whether the gods actually answer you is a different story. You never know unless you try. So let's hop to it.
Paimon thinks about it, but dadaba.
It's always something with you, isn't it? Busy, aren't you, Paimon?
Paimon. Paimon, because it's like Paimon. He's like a Paiman. Paimon. I've got to remember to call her Paimon more often.
I'm pretty sure if I collect everything, that's going to be beneficial, isn't it? But
yeah, definitely beneficial, Scotty
Hottie. Just wants to get on with it.
How wrong you are! How wrong you are, Scotty Hottie. Part of you wants to just get on with it. You don't want to collect all the berries. Don't be stupid. All you want to do is collect berries these days. If there's a berry, it's yours. It's in your pocket. That's yours. That's saved for later. Berries. You love berries. Don't mess about. And it's weird to see Paimon flying around in the world. You don't see that often these days.
Yeah, I can.
That was my microphone making that popping sound. That's because I had a bad XLR. I hope it's not a bad microphone, although the microphone, lovely microphone that it is, I did drop it a couple of years ago. So maybe we bring out that microphone again with a new XLR lead and see if it works any better. But I used to have a little popping sound sometimes.
Yeah, all good.
High quality. Professional streamer. It's my first ever Statue of the Seven, that is. It's lost on me. Lost on me. How naive I was. The microphone sounds all right in a way because it's like kind of nice ASMR in a way, but it's also bad because it's a funny noise. Like there's like I mean look.
Opens up the thing. Okay, I get it.
The world opens up before those with noble hearts. Scotty, you don't even know what's going on.
Did you just feel
bad streamer.
Well,
Paimon. I would actually I'd take this totally differently now.
Business, you always have to seize the opportunity.
Don't you think? I'd take that totally differently now. I'm going to have to watch this back from the start, maybe. Like, I would totally feel differently about it now. I am watching it here at the moment.
As much as they may want it, people in this world can never get a hold of powers as easily as you.
The power of enema.
Little Paimon floating around.
Oh, I got no idea, mate. I got no idea.
It's a bit rude to say that about the power the gods just gave.
And I recognise where we are. Like now, I recognise, like literally recognise where we are.
You?
Oh, is it? It's a bit rude, is it, Paimon? The Paimon's talking different to the way she talks now.
If we keep heading west from here, we'll eventually reach Mondstadt.
There it is, Mondstadt.
Freedom.
It's nice. You see Catherine there. Stop messing with the microphone. You bugger it up, Scott.
Mondstadt is the city of wind because they worship the god of Anemo.
Enema.
So perhaps because you got power from the god of Anemo, you can find
Enema.
some clues there. There are also lots of bards there, so perhaps one of them has heard news of your brother.
Oh, how...
I didn't know his...
The elements of this world responded to your prayers, and Paimon thinks that's a lovely sign.
Paimon thinks...
Right, Paimon.
Like, of course there's bards in Mondstadt. Of course there's bards in Mondstadt. There's Venti, isn't there, for a start? Like, he's the main one. Big bard. Always singing and drinking. There's one up here as well, look. She's practicing. Helen, here she is.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Whee! Hello, Helen. You're one of my favourite bards. God, how naive I was. How naive. What we're doing today is we're playing Genshin Impact. Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry. Just before we get into it, one more time, one more quick one. Just wanted to do this as a sound experiment because I was just thinking about it and now I want to do it, but it's not going to go well. It's just, it is what it is. I better be quiet for a minute. 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 I better be quiet for a minute.
better be quiet for a minute. I 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 better be quiet for a minute. Alright, that's just for me, for my fun. Come a long way as a streamer. Come a long way. I know, first time Genshin Impact there. First time playing it. Did a bit of ranting and rambling. Worked our way through it. Like, when you think about it, look, we got Wet Boy quite early. Or maybe we just did his story mode. I think I got him quite early when you think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 I've got my first character. Chapter 11, 11 hours of play. 20 hours of play, maybe. I don't know. Can't remember exactly. God, there's a lot of it, isn't there? 146 videos. Each video about 2 hours long at least. Some of them 5 hours. 100 of them. So 100, 200, 500 hours. Like, the amount of hours that I've played Genshin Impact for is unreal. Isn't it, really? And you too. You know, the amount of hours that we put into Genshin Impact. Compare it to other games that I've played and thought that I played for a long time. Thought that I put a lot of time in. Like, Genshin just chomped there to all the time. I didn't realise so much, but there it all is in a big playlist. Interesting times. What we're doing today on Genshin Impact is we're going to be going back to that quest that we're halfway through about my son, the Hillichurl.
Don't blink.
Pacha! My son, the Hillichurl. That's what we're doing. Let's quickly bang out some of these mandatories. And then we'll go and get on my son, the Hillichurl. I was thinking about it overnight. It does have a chance to redeem itself, the story, but I'm not really happy with this. I mean, generally, I'm quite happy with Genshin Impact, remember? Big fan. But this particular storyline, I'm not really happy with the characters in the storyline. I was thinking as well how weird it is. I mean, Paimon's disappeared, remember? I was thinking how, I mean, might tie in with Paimon, but I was thinking about how weird it is that there's no...
Sheet of light. Hey!
Let's put this chopper. Can you chop off?
Incoming.
Right, dead. And then there's 3 more that I'll get, isn't there? Right, 3 more from over here.
Witness the power.
Wet up some Hillichurls.
Nowhere to hide.
They could be little boys, for all I know. Confused little boys. Now they're dead, all of them. So, puts Dark Edge on it. The thing that I was thinking is usually in a little story mode thing. Because they have the story already written, they have most points already solid, nothing's put at random. Yeah, maybe, yeah, you know, maybe like the big picture. You know, maybe the big picture it all works out, or whatever. But it's weird to have one of these little side quest story modes. I know Dainsleif has been involved and Kaya has been involved, like they've been there for a moment. Like, hello, I'm Dainsleif. But it's weird that we're doing all this stuff with this nutter out in the woods.
I see everything.
And his Hillichurl son. Like, we're not doing it with Dainsleif, and we're not doing it with, like, you know, whoever else. Look at this one in Dada Upa Gorge. It makes it the right track to get to. So I'm thinking that at this second half of the story that we're doing today, we could do with there being some main character appearance. Everybody hold hands. Chasing the little squid, and this part of Dada Upa Gorge is alright, isn't it? Look at that. Pick all that up. Berries, mushrooms, apples, the lot. It's like I've gone shopping.
Hey.
Loads of good stuff. Oh, is it the Eye of the Storm? I've not really got the right squad on for this. Ah, we'll do it anyway. We're in the... Look, here we are. Come on, you stupid Ivory Storm.
Committed to memory.
Let's have a bit of this. Ow.
Body and
Where's it gone? Oh, there's a Hillichurl got involved. Out of nowhere. There's another one. The Hillichurls are getting involved. Getting sucked in by the Eye of the Storm.
Roll. Make yourselves at home.
I had another thought about it as well.
let me weave you a
I'll
verse.
just articulate it as soon as I've got my brain off trying to kill this Eye of the Storm. And that'll shut that down. Get on the floor, you Eye of the Storm. There you go. Ooh, you weren't happy about that, are you? Eye of the Storm. But you're dead now, so that's fine. I had this other thought, right? So I was reflecting on the concept that I am just a traveller through this world. And that, you know, I got all these ideas. I got settled in. I got settled into this world. You know, I'm happy in this world, but I'm just a traveller to this world, yeah? And so, what's going on? Let me fly away. Oh, it's this big chuffer. Oh, I want to kill this big chuffer.
Speed of light.
I haven't got anything to keep us warm, but I'm just going to go for killing the big chuffer.
Incoming. Cut to the chase.
How do I keep us warm in this situation? Do I have to light a lamp or something? I haven't got a fire character on. I'll just try and kill the chuffer. Try and kill him quick. Right, this is problematic now.
Committed to memory. Speed of light.
Because I'm really cold. Oh no!
Rain cutter.
Rain cutter's on there.
outlines her fate.
Sharing my knowledge.
She's got quite a lot of health, so I'm just going to stick on her for a bit. Finish him off. Got you done. Let me have your stuff. Thank you. Now I've got to go real quick to wherever the... and try not to die along the way. We might make it. Yeah, we'll make it. This will be fine. This will be fine. So I'm just a traveller in this world, yeah, and I've got really attached to it and all the people within it, but I'm just a traveller in this world. And so I'm quite... I'm a goodie. I like being a goodie. Quite into it now. Friends with all these people. I'm a goodie. But, you know, if it comes to killing Hillichurls and it comes to, like, morality and stuff, and it turns out that it was bad to kill the Hillichurls, at the end of the day, I'm a traveller in this world, so good or bad, it's your world. I'm just moving through it. So, another day, another Hillichurl.
Make yourselves
I
at home.
didn't throw myself in here,
Witness the power of Gugwa.
but I'm in here and I'm killing Hillichurls. And if it turns out that it's wrong, then it's wrong. But
Let's sweeten the deal.
another day, another Hillichurl. I'm like a wild, like in the old Wild West.
With sword comes shadow.
I don't know. It made sense when I was thinking about it last night when it was like late at night. Another day, another Hillichurl. I don't make the rules.
Don't blink.
Just passing through. They attack me, don't they? Like they attack me all the time.
To the chase. Speed of light. Hey.
Bashing up this ley line thing, which I've been asked to protect. So, you know, I fell in with the I'm like an adventurer, aren't I? Knights of Livonia. So I fell in with them. Like they might not be good. It might be that they're like fascists killing Hillichurls. I could defect later on if I found out something different, but at the end of the day, I'm just a traveller passing through, so I'm not going to take it so seriously. I'm going to keep killing Hillichurls. That's what I'm going to do. Until really proven otherwise. Although there is a part of me that thinks ethically, I shouldn't. I'm like, you know, because I'm vegan, I shouldn't have been doing all this stuff with some... Cause like we've done some animal product stuff in the game. And sometimes I was like, well, it's only a game. Like, you know, someone asked me for 2 pieces of chicken, I'll go and get them 2 pieces of chicken in the game. In reality, I'd be like, no thanks, I'm vegan, so sorry. I'm not doing that, but right, in here I can do it because it's a game. What's going on with Timmy? Timmy! Pigeons. Yeah, forget the pigeons. Doesn't matter, you can get your cards now, Timmy. Okay, what does he want me to do? Give the wheat to Timmy. Oh, this is lovely. I like this one. Go to feed it to the ducks. Who do you want to feed the ducks with? Who do you want to feed the ducks with? There are Rons roaming around in peace, and there's other attacking. Maybe, yeah, maybe that. And if a Hillichurl attacks people, like the same as if a human attacks them, I'm going to be like, no, that's wrong, naughty. I don't know. Like, I'm just a visitor passing through, mate. Got a sword. You're a Hillichurl. Just seems to be what it is. Like, you're not a Hillichurl, but you know what I mean. Like, you know, this is what I'm saying to the Hillichurls. I'm sorry, but it seems to be the way it is. You know. I'm going to see what happens with the story in a bit after we just fed the ducks. But I've got to decide which character to feed the ducks with. I've done it with Nahida once recently, and it was a lovely moment. I did a little screen grab of it and put it on my Twitter. I've got other characters that we could change into, though. Is it just this one now? Yeah, it's just feed the ducks, and then we're ready. Okay. And we could also do some grind in a bit. Because it's Sunday, yeah. Dilluck's new. Dilluck might want to feed the ducks. He's new. Collie might want to feed the ducks. She would quite enjoy it. Yao Yao Beans would like to feed the ducks. I think it's going to be Yao Yao Beans. She hasn't fed the ducks before.
Don't fear. Yao Yao's here.
Yao Yao Beans gets to feed the ducks. She's going to love this. Oh, there's a crab. Take that. See, that's not vegan, but I'm now on a mission to try and get 100,000 of everything. I want at least 100 of every food. And I want 1,000 of every collectible, consumable. I'm on a mission to collect as much. 100 and 1,000. Secretly in the back of my mind, it's just something that's happening. I'm saying to myself, you could have 1,000 of them, you know, maxed out. Maybe I have too much, not enough space in my bag. Anyway, look, this is the coolest thing. Here we are, Cider Lake. Here she is. Little Yao Yao Beans. She's going to have some fun now, feeding the ducks. And the ducks are going to like it, and she's going to like it. And they go, look, there's that. And then what I do is I just, like, sort of stand it. Just let it happen. Just chill. Feeding the ducks. Mondstadt in the background. It's lovely, isn't it? That's Genshin Impact. Quack, quack, look. Quack, quack. All the little duckins. They like it. Happy, happy duckies. Yeah, happy. Yeah. All the duckies. Scared off. It was a nice little moment, wasn't it? I get back in you, it's late. Look, where's my lighter gone? I've had that just literally a minute ago. I've been sat here with it. Don't tell me I haven't. I don't make the rules. I've literally been here.
Why do so many people make such a big deal out of seeking the Adepti? There's Adepti everywhere, isn't there?
Aren't there? It's odd. Right there. I don't know where it is. Oh, it's right there in front of me. That's weird. Okay. Something happens if you attack the ducks. I'm not attacking them. I can't. I'm not brave enough. You might kill them and turn them into feed. I'm not killing the ducks. They're in a nice moment. I'm not attacking them. Talk to angry Timmy. You told me to attack the ducks and I shot one of the ducks and now Timmy's angry. The game's gonna know that I'm a chuffer. I wasn't a chuffer before. Now Timmy's angry. You've made him. Now what happened? Dory came out and done it. What have you done? Those poor ducks. He never wants to see me again ever. He's crying. What? No. Is that permanent? Am I never going to get to feed the ducks again? Because I like feeding the ducks. If I never get to feed the ducks again, I'm going to be well disappointed. It opens another new... Yeah, maybe it opens another new commission, right? But... It repeats. We'll see. We will see. We will see. I'm promised it repeats. You're just saying that because you don't want to be cross. Where's my ducks? You told me to kill the ducks and Timmy cried. That's so bad. I feel bad. I'm not just a traveller in this world. I'm a goodie. I don't like it. I can't just be just a neutral traveller in the world. Oh my god, we can't go back into Mondstadt now. I'm hiding in this bush. Like, we can't just go back in after him. He's running crying and we're going to come in after him. Alright, what's wrong? He's going to... They killed the... Did what? I'm going to come in after him. Dory, you're not... I mean, Dory's one of my new favourite characters on the team, but she has just become persona non grata in Mondstadt. Not allowed to... From now on, as my punishment, I'm not allowed to use Dory in Mondstadt. So we better fuck off quick. Don't you ever do anything like that again, Dory. Doritos. She popped out and she fired the gun thing.
Anima.
I thought it might
So perhaps,
generally...
because you got power from the god of Animo, you can find
Anima.
some clues there.
Weird, that's me talking.
There are also lots of bards there, so perhaps one of them has heard news
Saying
of your
Anima.
brother. Let's
I didn't know
move
his...
then. The ele-
Weird. Animo. Animo, mate. The, I don't know what I was saying now. I got mail from Paimon. 1,000 Mora. Thanks, Paimon. Got a notice. Have a look at this. Thanks. Have we got any wishes in the wish bank? 171. Check this out. One button. We're up to we're at the 10 pool, so we can't expect Shenhe, but one button press. Equals one Shenhe. Now, come on. I've done my tweet to say I'm playing Genshin Impact. I've hashtagged it. I've tweeted. They know I'm a streamer. One button push equal one Shenhe. One retweet equals one Shenhe. Can you put... How'd you put the wish back in the thing and... Oh, no. Oh, no. Alright, here we go then. I'm going back down the hole. I haven't got my main team on. What's going on? Hang on. Can't do that in the air. Whee! Let's put a different team on for some fun. Dory, you're not coming out. You've been really naughty as far as I'm concerned. Really naughty. Should we kill these chuffers? No, these are not killable chuffers. What? Bit weird. Naughty. I thought it would just scare off the ducks. I thought the explosive cannon would go off and it would scare the ducks and they'd fly off. I didn't realise it was going to kill one of them and then he was going to cry. Like, we're the worst people in the world. That was bad. Right then, who's in first? Who gets to have a go out as the main DPS fun time? Like, the icy characters are not so useful with all the Dendro kicking off, are they? But he's been getting elevated up the ranks recently on my squad list. I mean, we could put Dea in, couldn't we? She's more support, but she's on the way up as well. Mona, more new to me. Could go with Hu Tao and Dea, maybe, as a bit of fun.
Oh, is it time for me to join you? I got your boss.
I'm going with Nahida.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
And you're getting relegated. Yao Yao's on the team.
Don't fear. Yao's here.
And that's going to give us some... Affected by cryo for 40% less time. That's irrelevant. And increases attack by 25, we like. Sprawling greenery. Elemental mastery increased by 50 after triggering burning, quicken or bloom. All nearby party members gain 30 elemental mastery. Blah, 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 blah. Elemental mastery 6%. Blah, 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 blah. Basically, elemental mastery equals up. But Hu Tao is now in charge of doing the most damage. Watch out your head. She banged her head then. Ow, and again. She's not happy already. She's banged her head twice now. She's not like creeping and crawling around. She's like a... She's from Liyue, yeah? Liyue's like not a big city, but it's like... In Genshin, it's like the more biggest city. You know, she's a bit of a city girl, isn't she? She's got little shoes, smart clothes. She doesn't like struffing around in the mud. Nahida hasn't even got any shoes on. She don't care. Deer, proper boots. Go stomping anywhere. Desert. Jungle. Let's go. Yao Yao beans, cool boots, a bit they're furry or like whatever it is, woolly on the top, like lining, so it might be a bit warm there in those boots today. But proper boots, like little Timberlands with like galoshes that go up to the knee, like proper boots there. It's just main DPS can't go walking around in her shoes here. She's well fed up with it, so we'll just switch her out. Nahida can lead the way. Or Yao Yao. Whee! We're going in a cavern. Whee! I can't remember exactly what's going on, but I know there's a Hillichurl that thinks he's a human, and that we think it's a human, and it was a boy, and it was sad, and I mean, we'll probably need an archer after all this, won't we? What I'm looking for is a resolution where I'm still able to kill Hillichurls guilt-free. Like, hit low-fat Hillichurls. Kill as many Hillichurls as you want, guilt-free. Have I been here before? Is this a repeat now? I'm confused. Chop. Chop. Stay in that ring, you chopper. Well, first of all, it matters. Gee. Just really going with the one elemental synergy though, so they have to bring their own element to make it more fun. We're going through this door? We're going through this door. She can use her shoes now, look. She's alright in her shoes now. I feel like we've already done this. If I'm repeating this whole thing again because I stopped and started it from yesterday, I will be cross. She's running low on health, really quite low, but that's the whole point, isn't it? What happened to me? Where have I gone? Why did I disappear? I think you saw that. I think I disappeared for a moment.
You're dead meat!
I mean, I'll have to rewind that and look at that later. I think I disappeared for a moment, so I don't know why I disappeared, but apparently I disappeared. No, this is go to the mysterious statue. This is new. Okay. Come on, Inion. Let's have it. I'll smash your head off, you stupid statue. We're finding out about the Dark Canria.
Impossible! What happened?
It's gone.
The Hillichurl worshippers have disappeared too.
Must have... I've got no answer to that, actually. I don't know what it must have done. It's gone.
Was it all an illusion?
No.
That's true. Yes, it can't have been an illusion.
This nutter again.
It was neither illusion nor coincidence.
Okay.
Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and
Fine.
I do believe that someday in the future...
Fought my way in here,
we shall
just to go
see,
back.
Could he really have been a sinner and not a god?
It's all a bit weird, actually, because it doesn't matter if it's sinner or god. You just want your son back, don't you? So, like, it's irrelevant who's got the power in order to do it. And more importantly than anything else, where's Paimon?
Kari Bear? Where has he gone?
Oh, not this nonsense again. So while we were out there messing about, you've lost... Like, the whole point was Kari Bear, and now you've taken your eye off the ball again. Now he's gone.
Oh, no, no, no. Maybe someone else came by and found him?
Now you've got to spend the rest of your life going all the Hillichurls. Do you know Kari Bear? Have you seen Kari Bear?
No. No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone having been here.
Maybe he's in the chest.
This does not bode well. What if he's spotted by a forest ranger or... Wait a minute. This isn't how we left it.
Has he seen his own face in the mirror and he's fucked it? He doesn't like it. That's what they all do, isn't it? The broken mirrors.
No. Did he?
Look at his own face in the mirror. Of course he fucking did. Sorry for swearing. Oh no. You won't like it. It's better than being
The
dead.
mirror, it's broken!
That mirror's been broken this whole time.
He must have taken his mask off and seen what he looks like beneath it.
I assume so.
If he'd just done as he was told. We have to find him.
Now he's cross with him. Gonna give Carrie Bear a smack. And leaving all this stuff. Look for clues. I don't have to look far, look, I'm pretty smart. There's a clue. Carrie Bear was here.
It's his scarf.
No!
Looks like we're going the right way.
If he's taking his scarf off, you won't know who he is. He's give up, hasn't he? He just wants to be a Hillichurl. And he's going to attack us, and he's going to be like, "No, Carrie Bear, I'm your dad." And he's going to be like, "I'm not your son anymore. I'm a Hillichurl, and you'll have to kill me."
Curses!
Forest rangers.
Hey,
Although they're good people.
who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
I've seen you, haven't I? Aren't we friends? I like the way. Quite like your boots. Good forest rangering boots, them. It's a very nice bit of tunic you've got there. I say bit of tunic. Could be a whole tunic, couldn't it? I suppose, what's the deal with the half... Because the others have got them as well, like a plastron. We call that a plastron, like a half-shouldered... Anyway, what is my business around here? Me? I'm the traveller, swordfish. My business has been freeing the Archon from her perpetual dream state. What's your business? In fact, I should ask you, what's your business around here, Forest Ranger? What's your business? I think I outrank you.
Have you seen a Hillichurl? A Hillichurl should have come past this way. Have you seen it?
You're an idiot. You don't do that. Now, if they haven't seen it, now they're going to be looking for it. So you fucked it.
I asked you first. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be.
I'll do whatever you say, miss.
I said, have you seen a Hillichurl?
This chuffer. It's my thumbnail. This chuffer. Thumbnail. This chuffer. He's shouting at her. Stop shouting
Look,
at her.
sir, there's no need to get so worked up.
Don't be. Yeah, I'm going to tell him. Shut up.
There are Hillichurls everywhere. What's the big deal?
Exactly. Matter of fact, we just took out a few of them back there.
Oh,
You,
no.
you forest rangers.
No, they're not scum. They're doing their job, you shuffling
Curse
idiot.
you all, forest rangers.
It's just confusing. Stop it, Ede, says me. Both sides calm down thanks to my urging. It's a bit weird, though, isn't it? It's his son. Maybe they've murdered his son.
I don't get it. Why make such a huge fuss over a few Hillichurls?
Could have murdered his son. Shut up
He'd
now.
only just regained his mind. How could you do this to him?
You don't know that's who they've killed.
So tell me, forest rangers, did you really spare none of them?
And how come your son was with these other Hillichurls?
Really take out every last Hillichurl you saw?
Jeez, you're really not gonna let this go. Fine, you weirdo. If you must know, I happened to cross paths with a solitary Hillichurl when I left the team to, use the toilet.
Going for a shit.
I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any interest in me at all. It was just bumbling along in that direction, so I left it alone.
There's still hope. Caribou.
Yes.
Let's go and find him. We've got to find out where you did a shit first, so let's go and find your shit, and that'll
Wait,
lead
you're
us the right
leaving?
direction.
Not even a thanks for the info, goodbye?
We run off, yeah. That's how we roll. That's how they all roll on me, look. Here I am. Everyone's run off. Better go carry on. Invisible. She going to go invisible the whole time? She just does a little dash of invisible. Yeah! What was that? Yeah! Quite like the way she does that. It's probably close to the best sound in Get. Yeah! She did quite good sounds compared to the others. The best one is probably Ka-ching. Yeah! But that was quite a good. Yeah! There's Caribou. There he is! Good old Caribou. Let's push him off the thing. Shh, shh, shh. Sneak up on him. him a little, like, what you do, don't do this, it's dangerous, but you sneak up, and then you go, tell him Mama saved your life. And like, you push him and then grab him. Tell him Mama saved your life. Push him and grab him at the same time. It makes them go, whoa. Carrie Bear's not happy. He's not happy. He's like, he just wants, he's not happy with it.
Stop! It's me! It's Papa!
I'm Papa. I can't be a real boy. I'm a chuffing Hillichurl.
Whatever you saw, it was all a trick. An illusion. I told you, we're in a fairy tale world now. Nothing here is real. Please, Carrie Bear, come back.
Carrie Bear's not saying anything. He's not responding. Apparently he's relapsed into being a Hillichurl.
How could this happen?
Oh, no,
He regained his mind. He must be able to hear me. Surely.
You're going to need a lot of those mushrooms.
Carrie Bear, we have to go home now. Papa's here to take you home, all right?
Something's not right with him. Obviously. He's a Hillichurl. Oh, he's got the bad power in him.
Carrie Bear.
The bad juju.
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, Carrie Bear. It's my fault.
I can't take
I'm
it.
so sorry. If only I'd known.
Marla, can you stop digging?
It's all... It's all too much. Papa!
Take off the mask. Go on, take it off. Is he turned bad and I'm going to have to kill him? Is that what's going to happen? He's like a super churl. Super churl. Super chuffer versus the super churl. No? No? Oh, what? We're back home.
See, I understand now.
Do you? I don't.
Finally, it all makes sense.
I need Paimon back to tell me about it. Where is Paimon? He remembers Carrie... I remember Carrie Bear taking his mask off, but I don't remember anything else. And I've just slept in a Hillichurl's bed.
Traveler, you're awake. Finally, we can rejoice together.
Stinking Hillichurl bed. I don't want to... Why do I sleep in a Hillichurl bed? That shouldn't be happening. Dirty, if anything.
Wait, no. Why am I still calling you Traveler? Oh, I have known your true identity for some time now.
What are you on about?
I suspected it was you from the beginning. I had to talk to you to be sure.
He's a nutter.
Oh, of course you haven't. With your status, you can hardly be expected to know all of us.
Does he know my twin?
In any case, I've been using a fake name this entire time.
He's one of these nutters that turns Magnaman.
Is the name of a servant
Isn't
I once
he?
had.
Is he?
My real name is
There we go.
Clotar.
Clotar. Clotar? Is that another demon? I'm going to get that demonologist on there on holiday again. But when I get them on, I need to have the list of all these names. Clotar.
Clotar Alberic.
Wait, I'll get it. Give me a minute. That's, we're saying that's Kaya's dad. Oh, is that why he's got the eyes? Is that the eyes? Kaya's got funny eyes as well, is that what it is? Is Kaya's dad? Does that mean Kaya's brother's a Hillichurl?
You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, the power inside Carrie Bear and the power of the one you call a sinner. It was one and the same.
Yeah, we need to make a list of all these names because I don't know all the names myself. The phase that interview is lined up at the moment. They've on holiday in Spain or something. But the interview is lined up to the point where I need to send them a list of questions out of courtesy, you know, what sort of things we're going to be, so that they can look at the demon names, give them like 2 or 3 days, and then we'll have the conversation on stream. Like, that's all set up for that. But at the moment they're on holiday and I haven't written the list of names. So, but if we get the list of names, that's the way forward with that. I'll ask them all the big ones, obviously, like Barbatos and... Venti.
I am positive now.
All the
It's
cubes have got
power
names
of
as well,
the
haven't they?
abyss,
Like
isn't it?
An.
At long last, I have seen it with my own eyes.
What's going on here? I'm back here
That is
for a
no
minute.
business of yours.
I got your surname. It was like one of the surnames, and it was like the old surname, the Canriad thing.
A sinner. Yes. Salvation for a sinner can only come from a sinner.
Stop it with the giggling and the tittering when you're
Corabert
talking.
did not deserve his fate, but now it's wonderful. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate.
What? Caraberry's like the Jesus of Hillichurls. He's like the super churl Jesus of Hillichurls. He is the loom of fate. He's like the one that all the power's going to flow through. We should have just bopped him off the cliff. Abyss is bad.
Oh, I never imagined that we once believed that you would bring new strength and hope to Conria.
He's clocked us for who we are, yeah.
To us, you were the Abyss. A wondrous mystery far beyond our imagination and comprehension.
Don't know what you're on about really, like.
And the one who controls the Abyss can control everything.
I'm starting to remember this thing about way back. We used to have a spaceship and then we crashed it and we couldn't get back because that was the way distant past, wasn't it? I'm starting to remember a bit about that now, and I've been asleep for a lot of it.
We yearned for that future. We looked to you to take, but
All right.
what did you bring? Oh, Prince of Conria.
So yeah, he knows. I'm not a prince though, I'm a princess. That's my brother's the prince. He thinks I'm my brother. Oh, there we go. Look, why didn't I do all
What
this?
did he just call me?
This is much better. Immediately, isn't it? Wouldn't you rather watch this instead of me going skip, skip? Like, this is better. Look. No, I'm not the Hillichurl. Oh, I'm me. I mean, I'm him. What? Hang on. What?
Traveler! Hey, Traveler! Traveler!
Hang on. Wait. He is the bad Hillichurl. But I am him because I'm my cousin.
Awake! Oh, thank goodness
What?
you're awake.
There's Paimon again. Did that all happen in my sleep? Was that a vision of what happened to my... So, none of this happened here, yeah? That didn't happen to me. Good traveller in the game. That happened to my brother some other point in time, and I got like a vision of it. And at the end, I was surprised. Like, it didn't really make sense. Doesn't make sense. Why was the why was my brother so surprised about who he was? I mean, I can understand why. Sub-Zero Festival, very curious. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it as a device. I think it's a bit like, you know, a bit cheap again. They can just make shit up. He's got the similar eyes. Look, Dainsleif. Don't know what to take away from that, really. Don't really know exactly. Remember what broke the dream. No.
Paimon was worried sick! Traveler? Traveler?
I know that Paimon wasn't there throughout any of that, though, so that's a big indication.
What happened while you were unconscious?
Unconscious.
I checked the ley lines nearby. It appears that the Abyss tampered with them, and they've been in turmoil ever since. Information and
unconscious.
memories flow within the ley lines.
What did you witness? Yeah, that was it. I witnessed the past. Yeah, the founder of the Abyss Order, Albric.
You mean Clotar Alberich?
Yeah, him.
After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many things.
Who's been keeping this here with the mushrooms?
But the curse of immortality continued to torment his body and mind. And in the end, neither his faith nor the Abyss he worshipped could save him. After 100 years, he lost his mind completely and was never seen again.
Didn't seem to have that many marbles when I was talking to him.
Yet his dark legacy lived on. The defiled statue that we encountered previously was just one perverse product of his use of abyssal power during his life.
I'm absolutely... Nilu broke the illusion with a dance. I don't remember. What I'm confused about here, right, is that if that was the Abyss Order and that was happening to my twin back then, what was happening was my twin had come across this chuffer and his little Hillichurl son. And my twin was trying to help him with his Hillichurl son problems. And we went to the Statue of the Seven. And then we went down the mine. And then it went upside down. And then we came out. And then we went back down. And he had his mushrooms. And eventually we got his son, not back, but, you know, talking again. His son didn't like it much. He was not a happy Hillichurl. And then we're off at the mountain, right? And his son was like, "Ah, my face, the power of this, And then I was like, yeah, like, this is all happening to my brother, bear in mind. And I was like, yeah, that's bad for you and your son. And then he's like, but I know who you are, you're the Prince of Canria. And I'm like, well, kind of I am, because that's me, like, you know, it's happening to my brother, yeah? So, Prince of Canria. And he's like, take a look in the mirror. And like, why do I need to look in the mirror? I don't care. I look in the mirror and I'm like, yes, I am the Prince of Canria. I'm not a Hillichurl. The Hillichurl's, I don't think the Hillichurl's related to this anymore. I think the Hillichurl is now out the window. I mean, is it that my brother is not really my brother? He's actually that Hillichurl who turned from Hillichurl into human form because of the darkness within him? Or is he just, but that Hillichurl went off the cliff? Like, what happened to the Hillichurl? Why do I care that I am the Prince of Canria when I look in the mirror? In the past, you know, what he looks in the thing and he's like, that's me. Oh no. You were scared and I broke the mirror, you broke the illusion. Me? What, real me? When I was looking, yeah, but so my brother didn't do that. But I was my brother. So he did do that. Why did he do that? Because he was me. I'm confused. I was back in... Basically, I just got to see back in the past for a bit. But that man said to him, I know who you are. You are the Prince of Canria. And he was like, oh no. Like, that happened. But he wouldn't have been like, oh no. He'd have been like, yeah, that's right. Nearly repeated the same actions every day until we broke the festival. I still can't really get my head around, like, okay, so my brother ultimately sided with him.
You could say that. He would...
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your...
I'll tell him about my dream or whatever.
So you saw his memories from centuries ago.
Yeah, okay.
Through your own... Still, as I'd suspected, the notion of the Loom of Fate did indeed rear its head during that time.
Alright, so the Loom of Fate is still a big thing, and it's a, like, well-mad... That's what the Hillichurl was. He became the Loom of Fate. The Loom of Fate is not my brother. The Loom of Fate is that mad Hillichurl who's, like, well unhappy. So...
And it seems closely connected to Clotar Alberich's son, Caribert, and what happened to him.
Maybe we could get some of these good mushrooms.
And yet your brother never breathed a word of this incident to me.
I think it's something to do with the mushrooms.
I wonder,
I think that's
was
subtext.
that the moment that he decided to go down this path?
I think the subtext is the mushrooms are quite important in this story. Anyway. It's not a happy memory.
Clearly this... What is it?
Well, what? I don't know. We need to dig up the field. Yeah, dead people, I told you. Because it's fertilized by dead people. We're getting these creepy mushrooms out of here.
You mean here? Well, let's start digging and see.
Dead. Loads of dead. What are we going to get?
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
What did I say?
A male and female skeleton
Told you!
buried together.
I'm not happy with that. I called that from the minute we saw the mushrooms and they were different. I was like, what are we fertilising with them? He's like, we're going to make some weird fertiliser. Like, obviously you're creepy and weird. You're fertilising it with dead people. Like, fucking hell. Caribear's mom there to fertilise the mushrooms. Yeah, but there's a male and female. You could just be knocking off anyone. Like, just killing anyone.
Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later. And it's holding a silk scarf in its hand.
Alright, yeah. No, okay, the male skeleton is Caribou. And he's coming in there later. With his silk scarf. So Caribou's dead now. Well, he's the Loom of Fate. Caribou is the Loom of Fate. Oh, okay, it could be Clothar himself. If that's the case, and it's Clothar himself, how on earth did Caribou know to put him there? And how did he know that his mom was buried there in the... Because Clothar was keeping it secret from him and breeding mushrooms off her corpse. So, he didn't put a headstone on it or anything. Like, it's all just all kinds of fucked up. At least I knew it was dead people.
But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried here?
Because it's obvious, because he was creepy as fucking growing mushrooms there.
What? Unless Clothar Albery finally found a way to rid himself of the curse.
Clothar found a way to rid himself of the curse. I don't know about that. There's a piggy over your shoulder, though. Little piggy. So, that's cheered me up a bit.
This all raises far too many questions.
Lots of questions.
We should part ways here.
Should we?
Huh? You're just gonna leave?
It's better that we split up for now.
Who's he?
Yes. If the time is right.
But what do you mean that he saw the Traveler? How is that possible?
Yeah, you didn't see me.
I fear that while these things would limit anyone else, they are no obstacle to him.
Oh god, no. Cross time and space.
Why? What is he?
All right.
A sinner.
Let's leave it there. Get some rest. Goodbye.
There goes Dane. And just like that, it's back to being the two of us again, huh?
So it's like almost like Dane comes in to do this big meta story shit, yeah? And then, okay, we've got that. There's a big, like, you know, move and a beat. In between, it's the preludes in between. It's weird, isn't it? It's like the big main story quest stuff of an area like Sumeru is the story of Sumeru and the Archon and all that, but there's this bigger meta story that's going on, and like you have it just in the middle, just as little chunks, just move you on a little, like well, it's like cogwheels. Like while the smaller cogwheel turns more times, like the big wheel just turns one peg, and like it reminds me of how in like Game of Thrones or something like that, at the end of a season you have like this big bit of the story that like sums up and moves on one little notch, and you're like, ooh, and then you wait for ages, and then you get one more of those later. Paimon, one more thing. What is it? Oh, I love you, Paimon. Don't ever go anywhere. Don't ever not be there, Paimon. When you weren't here for that small section of quest, it was the worst thing in the world, and I missed you. And don't ever go anywhere without me, Paimon. I love you. That's what I wanted to say, Paimon. And Paimon's going to go, ah. A big hug, look. Big hug. Big hug, Genshin Impact. Look at Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is really good, isn't it? We didn't get to see Paimon's reaction. Quest complete. Achievement for Caribou. 60 primos. An achievement for Caribou. What's the achievement? Complete Caribou. 10 primos. Fair enough. There's quite a lot of primos out on the table still over here in places. Obtain at least 3 healing orbs fired from the water droplets during the hydro hypostasis fight. I don't fight the hydro hypostasis. Don't have a need to. Defeat a thunder manifestation without being hit by its homing thunder cage attack. I don't think that's possible. Get locked on by the thunder manifestation before you can attack it. I don't know what you mean. Defeat the baptismal Vishap herd without allowing them to dive into the water. Dodge one entire round of the Baleful Varja's destructive waves during one battle with the Magatsu Miki Nakaramun. What? So some of those I'll never be able to complete because I just can't work out what's going on. And over here there's quite a lot as well. Defeat an Animo hypostasis in co-op mode. Well, I don't play in co-op mode, so these are going to be on the table for a long time. Mortal Travels, what about that? Complete the entire load of book series. Complete the entire folio of foliage. I don't know what they're talking about, really. So, that's on the table. Defeat 4 opponents with Burgeon within 2 seconds. Might be able to do that with my current squad. Hyperbloom within 2 seconds times 1. Should be able to do that as well, shouldn't I? The Big Rock was like the statue, the Abyss Corrupted event. Yeah, the Big Rock's like big, and so there's something really big messed up floating around time and space. Oh, what? Like, so it's another alien thing that's like a big alien rock that's corrupted this world, and I've got to take it out and put Teviat back to rights. That's almost okay, but still, it's a bit like crossing. Like, there's like, I see them as like low fantasy and high fantasy, and it's not in terms of, and they might be the wrong terms, but there's like medieval fantasy where things are made of bows and arrows and swords, and then there's like space fantasy where you've got like, you know, spaceships and rocket guns, and I don't want the two together. In fact, we wanted to watch this video about this thing, and now's a good time to do it. What's the name of this thing? Wind something. What's the name of the thing? Hasn't been reacting to new Genshin though. It's not getting the biggest views on his channel though, so he's not that interested anymore, I don't think. What's the name of the thing? It's the Genshin Killer. The new... This is the game that's going to play Genshin. It's going to kill the Genshin Impact, this one. Not this. This.
What about...
What's going on?
Sure. Switch up to a new phone when it suits you.
Shut up. Wuthering Waves. Okay, that's it. Wuthering Waves. I just watched the gameplay, like from IGN. Completely cold. You know, I've not watched this. I watched a bit of the Asmongold thing, but I had it on in the background. So she's got a samurai sword, which looks cool. But it looks like it's techie as well. Looks a bit Xenoblade. The world doesn't look as pretty or bright and colourful, and it's a bit techie and a bit Xenoblade. Got the tingers. Got the movement stuff. But doesn't it just look a little bit... I know it's not, you know, final production. I know it's coming out soon, and I like the way they've made the movement quick. That's something Genshin themselves tried to do over time. You know, try and speed up that movement across the map and so it's all that. We've got it's basically similar stuff as Genshin, just a bit more techy, and the world doesn't look quite as good, and the characters don't look quite as good, and it's got more tech in it. So I don't think this is anywhere near to anything near approaching what Genshin does and has and could ever do. This has its own feel and its own vibe, and it will, like, maybe it fits more this... you know what we're saying about Genshin, you're telling me today about, you know, other forces from out of other worlds and stuff. Like, Genshin doesn't have this feel of... Genshin feels like more medieval, doesn't it? And it feels more fantasy. And this feels more sci-fi and more techie. And there's just a difference in the feel, the game feel. And I don't want to be in sci-fi techie world. It's similar to Fallout. in a way. It's similar to a lot of other games in a way, because, you know, it is, isn't it? I like it if you go a bit more fantasy world and develop your own look and feel and vibe. And yeah, this is a fantasy world, sci-fi fantasy world. But, you know, here's a factory now. Don't really want to be in a factory. I'd rather be in Mondstadt. So there you go. I think that just says it all. I don't think this has any chance of killing Genshin Impact. It's a different vibe entirely. You know, you've got Lord of the Rings, you've got Game of Thrones, and then you throw them up against something like Blade Runner. Like, Blade Runner's excellent, but it's not in the same ballpark, is it? It's not the same sort of thing. So whilst this has similar... Look, she's shooting a gun there. And whilst this has similar sort of mechanics, and it's a similar sort of game, and under the hood, it's similar. But on the surface, you know, and all the other aspects of it, the aesthetics and the feel and the concept, quite different, really, because the world is science fiction, modern mechanical. Yeah. So that's it. 7 out of 10. It could be the best game ever, and it can be brilliant in lots of other ways, but the feel of it for me is never going to quite be there. Not like Genshin Impact. So I don't think this game has the ability or the chance of killing Genshin Impact at all. Nope. Lots of interesting things in there that might be fun to do. Don't get me wrong. Like, lots of interesting things, lots of fun, different kind of game. Same sort of game, different kind of game. There you go. Ah, well. Dog is now in the React.
Something you need?
That's the React. I'll clip that and put that on the thing. It's an awful React. I just said like 1 point. There's not really any point to it, but I wanted to just make sure I'd said it on our channel at some juncture, because I saw it and I thought, oh, Asmongold said it was the Genshin Impact killer, like, you know, video React. I thought, no.
Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today.
So I knew there was
Come
dead people under here.
Let's get a move on.
And we're just going to leave it at that, are we? People can come and do their cooking. Maybe later they'll carry on planting foods. Like, what? Dead People Farm. Can't mark it on the map because I've run out of map pins, but that's Dead People Farm. You were saying that in other places, like, you know, you've got steampunk and there can be more tech in Genshin and both can coexist. Yeah, in a way. And there is a bit, you know, we've got the steampunk Mr. Cyclops, haven't we? But in general, you know what I'm talking about. Like, there's levels. I'm not flying around with a machine gun. It's a whole feel to it as well. You can hear the music, the tone, like the set, the landscape. Like, the minute you start coming through here in a car, it's off the menu. It's done. So they just got to be careful about how they implement it if they want to go that way. I can understand maybe some steampunk because, of course, like, you know, even medieval people could boil water, do basic metallurgy, and we've got swords and we've got industry, the nascent industry. There could be an arc where the world evolved, you know, and technologies came about, but then nothing really wants, like, the way, it's the same way that Noel's not going to become a Knight of Favonia, she's going to stay a maid, and the way that Amber is always going to be an outrider and never going to be the Grandmaster, and that time doesn't move on in great big chunks, it stays in the same sort of way, even though time moves on and things happen, and like the map doesn't change, but the world changes as we move through it and we change it. But, you know, if I come back over here, like, nothing's going to have changed for these people in Inazuma since I was last there. Time will have stood still for them, effectively. Do you know what I mean? They won't have closed the shop, or there's a new shop open, or it's like, Genshin does a good job of making these little changes happen in some places, but not in the way that this is alive and time is moving on for them, if you know what I mean. And their roles, their character arcs, like, stay fairly stable. So yeah, other places could have their own like technologies within them, like, you know, stay in that place. But to think that, for example, someone could invent gunpowder and a rifle, or with steam you potentially get the steam engine and you get like train travel. So now all of a sudden we're going to have train tracks appearing all the way through the world of Genshin, because in our world what happened was they invented that and they laid train tracks everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, is that going to happen? Would we have to change leeway? Like, or does leeway stay leeway? So I'm saying leeway stays leeway and we don't change too much in that big scheme picture of the world. You know, we don't say, you know, it's new technology invented now, we've got mobile phone masts across Bishui Plain. Like, we're not doing that. In the future we could have games like that, you're right, you know, and there are games like that, like Civilization, for example, where you actively move through different phases of civilization. That's part of the mechanics. But here, like, if it's the setting and the background to your game and a new player comes in and starts in Mondstadt, Mondstadt has to be Mondstadt. You know, it can't be Mondstadt like old Mondstadt before they invented this. And Mondstadt's got a blacksmith, and it's always going to have a blacksmith. Blacksmithing is always going to be the best way to get your weapons made in Mondstadt. It's not suddenly going to have like a 3D printing factory and the blacksmith goes out of business. That's not the plan, is it? Like, keep it as it is. That's the whole point. So they have to be careful about what kinds of technology they want to introduce. And of course, we've always had Mr. Cyclops. It's always been there. Great big rusty iron, you know, steampunk style machines. They've been there, but few and far between, buried in amongst the landscape, so that they become almost like relics that we're digging out. And that's interesting, and that's okay in itself. Great example is these ones here. You know, you accept them because they're sort of buried into the landscape. They're not counterintuitive to it. But the minute you start flying around on like a robot dog, then it's out the window. So don't bother with all that. Put that in a different game. And then those other games that do it, just not as, don't have the feel of Genshin Impact. You know what it feels like to walk around in a world, like, you know what it feels like to walk around in a world where, you know what it feels like to walk around in a world where cars and things are flying by, and like, you know, buses and trams and city and all that. The reason this is so lovely as a fantasy place to come and enjoy being is because there isn't any of that. There's no aeroplanes, there's no helicopters, like, you know, they haven't dropped an atomic bomb. This is a version of a past, isn't it? It's like a version of a past. The old ways, the boats. There's no engines, they're not going around in their cars. I've got a spear. If you want to fight, I'll fight with my spear. You know, our civilization is brought up to a certain point, but then we're not going too far into the future here. We're definitely set in the near past. It works really well. I love it. I'd rather be in this place than the site. Like, in other times in my life, I'd have rather had a Cyberpunk game. If I was playing Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever, and it was all like this, I'd be complaining. But no, not here. I don't want them to modernise this. The joy of this is that it makes you feel that you're in some sort of could have been real fantasy past place, a bit like Game of Thrones. So it would be a huge mistake if all of a sudden they had like machine guns in Game of Thrones. Yeah. This chuffer, they don't mind. I've done so much good work around the place. They let me just swipe what I want as I come through. Honestly, they let me. No one's ever complained yet anyway. Just say that. Go and sell it to Catherine. Catherine, do you want a new sword?
Ad Astra
Abyssox. Get my Ad
Thank you
Astra
for
Abyssox out. Ad Astra Abyssox. Everyone out for your expeditions. Let's get you out for your expedition. What are you doing today? I've got to go out on an expedition. Have you? Yeah. Okay. We've got another wishing an expedition. 100. No, need another 60. So what was I doing? I got confused. I got waylaid. Was that it? It turned out the Hillichurl was his son, and it was all weird and shit. You think it's not the past, but another path of the present. Like they could choose anything, but they don't. Yeah, like that could be an option. Do you know what? I wonder about that, right? I wonder about that. Check this out as a concept. So a lot of these people at the moment in the history places on YouTube are talking about, could we have had a civilization before our own that was more civilized and built the pyramids by magic and did X, Y, Z or some shit like that? And I wonder whether, if there had been, there'd have been more, what's the word? More ecologically sound in their building practices. Like if you made everything out of ecological materials, then your civilization went away. Would it just biodegrade? And then it just, there's no trace of your civilization? I think no. I think that's not what happened, but I just thought. The academia won't let you do it anyway, yeah. But yeah, so like, I agree it could be that, yeah. But in the same way, whatever it is, this place doesn't have those things, and I don't want them brought in. This isn't Grand Theft Auto. You know, the music here is peaceful while I'm in this menu. I choose my pace. When I want to chill, I chill. I don't feel pressured. Genshin creates a very beautiful feeling, and you've got to be careful to not tip that balance over.
Why do so many people?
Right, we're going to go and do one of these things. We'll go back to this island and look for Root.
Such a big deal.
Random off the list, let's just get on one and do it. We were sort of doing this the other day, weren't we? I don't know why I stopped, can't remember why I stopped now, but let's go and look for Root. It's like the 5th time we've gone to look for this chuffer on this island. There's all chests again now. Hello.
Stay put.
All water people. They're going to hate this. They're going to hate this. That bloomed you out of existence.
Committed to memory.
You got bloomed. Well, those water chuffers got bloomed, mate. Hang on, if the island reset and all that, does that mean that some of the chests that were there before, if I'd missed them, then they're gone and I've got new ones now? Does that mean some chests could be permanently missed, maybe? I'm a bit worried about that. Because I don't remember coming back and, like... What now? Rue's not here. Maybe he's deeper inside? We need to find him. If not, the islands are going to sacrifice him to the Thunderbird. Paimon knows all the things happening in illusions and they repeat themselves. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean Rue's been sacrificed to the Thunderbird? How many times? That's so sad. We've got to help him no matter what. You're right, let's do this, yeah. Well, I don't know. No. Right, well, we have to do this now, apparently. But to me, it means no. There's no point in helping him because it's like in the inevitable. So, Paimon's going to be upset either way. But apparently, strangers in the night. We're going to go and help him. Oh, don't mess me about. Smoky. What's happening here now?
Hey.
Everybody hold hands.
Let's get it on!
Oh, Uruguay,
Have that.
you're up.
Let me in my chest. Kill it, Uruguay. Let me in my chest. We didn't get any resolution to how I feel about killing Hillichurls, did we? No, obviously it went bad for Clive or whatever his name was. No, it went bad for Clive, but it doesn't mean that all Hillichurls can't be saved. Like, there was a glimmer of hope there in that Clive actually could have been saved in some way. It did go wrong for him, but who's this up here? Ippy and Macri. Talk to the people. Isn't Rue lucky? Don't be silly. We're going to destroy the perches that are illusions of the past. Now, we've been through this before anyway. We helped to do it. Now we've got to destroy Thunderbird perches.
Roll.
Like, this seems well stupid. Doing it on Paimon's request.
Let's wait for a little. The Temple of Wisdom.
It's got like a health bar. It's massive. It's not easy to destroy the health. The perch. Perch is invincible. Gotta smash this perch up. Look. Big difficult perch fight. Puzzle boss. I'll get my chests all the way around anyway. That's alright then. I feel bad that I've destroyed this because I helped to fix it the other day and do the thing. I've got to search for the scattered power. Is that not it? There.
Let's get it on. Ha. Cha.
I don't need my elemental sight. I can just see the stuff. Look, there it is. No, the struckers come out. What? One jumped on me. Must be up here. Oh, it says it's on the map. It's not up here. There it is, look. There's some. Gotta kill that, look. Somehow.
Look alive. Gloves off.
Just. Right. This is a bit weird. I'm honest, I'm quite confused about the whole concept, but I'm doing it. I'm gonna collect that thing. Mate, I feel more comfortable with this. Oh no.
Let's get it on.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. Ow! You chuffers.
All right.
Child,
Playtime.
don't want to get killed. That was. What did I just say about getting killed, you? What did I just say about getting killed? Shit. We're in trouble now. That's actually trouble. You really have to not get killed.
Don't be scared.
No, 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 no. Okay, wait. I'm going in the bag for some quick eats, because we're nearly getting killed here. I've got all sorts of new foods that I've been cooking. What's that one? I want to heal up my crew. Okay, we should be able to do it with these two. Unless they get killed immediately. Stay out of the way for a second. So I can get my heals up. Watch out, you chuffers. Right, heals up.
Look alive.
Oosh. Smash your head off now. Concentrate. Heals up again.
Don't be scared.
Okay, that's not ready. No, that's not ready. Let's go.
You asked for it.
Smush. Got him. Nearly got killed then, though, to be honest. That was quite fair enough. Quite like it if the game does that. But it's not supposed to be easy all the time, is it?
Buckle up.
Okay, destroy the perches. What? Could do with getting my characters back in the squad as well at some point. Got loads of food. Just need 30 seconds till I can eat it. Come on, let's destroy the perches. These 30 seconds go long time, don't they? It takes long. This is the perch. Okay, this is the perch. I'm here to chop down this magnificent old tree. Well wrong. smashing it up. Those two are there to admire and, you know, I turn up and just smash the fuck out of it. So if they came to Mondstadt and had a go at our favourite tree that we go on Windrise, you know, it just seems well wrong. Powers of Dendro to smash the tree up, which doesn't make any sense either.
Let's wait here a little.
Look alive! Ha! Yeah!
There we go. Totally fucked up your tree for you. Oh no! That's our best tree. Now you've ruined it, and we're gonna have to throw Rue in the fire. You're gonna have to do what? I was here to save Rue. Yeah, but now you fucked up the tree, we're gonna have to throw him in the fire. Oh no. Well, let me guess, I've got to go and do these other ones here and here, yeah? No map pins left. It's like doing the quest in reverse. I'm pressing V. It's like I'm doing it in reverse, isn't it? Why can't you climb up there? What? There's letters up there, look. I've been here before, fixing the perch. Come here and chopped it all down. They're left. I left them aghast. They didn't like it at all. They were like, "What have you done?" It's like going to a. Oh look, there's a cheeky one of these here. Look. Don't know about this before. There's a cheeky one of these. I think we might have done that in the past. Can't be asked with it now. There's a mechanism over there though. Look, oh, there's chests and all sorts around here. Look, there's a chest up there as well. Oh, I love a chest. Get me some primos, get me a wish going. This looks like fire mages, and I've got quite a fire character squad. I'll just do it with these two. Watch out, you don't want to get set on fire. Main thing.
Everyone hold hands.
Watch out, Nahida. We're going to get killed. They're quite hard. Yeah, I shouldn't have done this.
Stay put.
Well, the Hillichurls are involved now. Come on, come on. At least get one of them. I thought that my Dendro, you know, Dendro versus fire, that that'd work out well. Probably not the right way to go about it, is it? Probably might want to come back with some of my more equine characters. They're following me. The fuckers are following me. Where's the other chest? There's another one down here. We'll take this one down here. Maybe they'll go back to there. No, they're following me. They're going to follow me down here. I'm going to go away. Right, I'm going to go and kill them now. They should have followed me a little bit further, because now I'm going to go back and kill them. Ha.
May knowledge guide you.
Stay close.
Might even go for one more electrode.
So, what's the...
Naughty Dory. She's naughty today. She's not supposed to be out. But we're going to give her one quick punt. We're doing the reverse as what we did first. I can't understand why we do that. It's a simple way to set up, you know, a quest island. Well, we want there to be double the content. Why don't we do it in reverse? Okay, kind of makes sense. Bit naughty though. Talking of naughty.
Do your worst.
Here we go. Come on. Get the blooms going. Go get him, Uruguay. We've got two of them down. third one's still got its shell on.
Rain outlines your... Rain cutter.
Much better with this proper squad. Yeah, that squad can do that job much, much better, can't they? Very much. She's so naughty. She'll have to go away though. She was naughty earlier. She got us in trouble. She's taking the hit. It was you really, but she's taking the hit for you. So she's going to have to go away, I'm afraid. Too naughty. We'll get Razor back in the squad for a bit. He's got his wolf gravestone on. New sword. Ah, look at that. Oh, he's enjoying that, son. Let him have a run. Let him have a run. What's wrong with you? Let him have a run. He'll enjoy it. Oh, does that need connecting up over here? Am I tripping, or does this need connecting up? Maybe I'm wrong. Could be wrong. Could be right. I mean, that looks right, doesn't it? What's wrong with this? Show me the money. Come on. When I say money, I mean primos, really. Show me the primos. No, whoa, 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 whoa. Where am I trying to get to? Right, this goes up here. This looks good. Or do I got to pick that up? Pick it up. Hang on. These will help. They'll help. Come over here. You can help. I'm going to put one down here. See, they can help. See? Thanks very much. No.
Things useful?
Right, they're going to have to die now.
No, my sword.
I need to go in my artifact menu. You have to die. Sorry, you helped me for a minute, but now you're going to have to die. Flee. Quite handy actually that they popped out. Okay, artifacts. For example, this is 16. And that's all my... I'm getting quite a lot of good artifacts now. Forgotten exactly what I'm doing all of a sudden. I think I'm on my way to a little mechanism, and then I've got to go and do some trees. I can't not have this. This I've got to do, because it's just there. Where's the mechanism? Alright, the mechanism's there. I can't mark anything though, so I have to do it, because I can't mark anything. Run out of map pins. So I can't leave them. I'm going to go and get this mechanism as well. I should have flown down on it then. Get up there. Climb up there, you. Don't bang your head, please. Oh, consider climbing up. Have you ever considered climbing up the rock? Excuse me, have you ever considered climbing up the rock? Oh, I haven't considered that. What's involved? Well, you climb up on top of the rock. Have I got to use my lens on that? Maybe I should. I've got a lens. I've got one of those... Where's my special lens? That seems like the right sort of thing for a memento lens, really. Use the lens in the central area to observe a statue. What? It seems like the right thing for exactly the right thing for a lens. You hope you get my primos. You wait. Like, now that you have to go, I will suddenly do a wish and get the thing all of a sudden. Electro particles. Where am I going? Wait, which way are they? They haven't even shown. Wait, there's one down here. That got to be the end one. There's one up the tree. These seem really distant. Usually they're in a line and you can follow it. These seem like really distant, confusing. One there for sure. One there. 50 seconds. Maybe I should get the one here while I see it. No, go away. Mages. Ding, 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 ding. No thanks. Because I'd rather get all these particles. I need to get them all. It's like Pokemon. 30 seconds. I feel like 5 of 9. So this will be 6, 7, 8, 9. They're here. But 20 seconds at a push. 19. I got it. Let's go and chest ourselves up. It wasn't even that chest. It was a different chest. Wow. Okay.
These look surprisingly.
Hello, everyone. You're going. Not you, Razor. You're wrong for this job.
Witness the power of the wild.
When we get them down, we can have
Do your worst. We shall prevail.
Smash.
These things useful?
These things useful? Yes, they are useful. Very nice. Very nice little trinkets. Use them to upgrade everything. All things. Okay, here we go. Another smash some Hillichurls. So it could be saved. Hillichurls Anonymous. No, I'm just a traveller passing through. These choppers are actually Mondstadtians who have got an actual reason to smash up Hillichurls. There's an eraser.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse.
Everyone dead quite quick there.
Empty chest.
I'm getting
Good
stuff
for
from my
storage.
teapot. I don't want anything from my teapot. At least I'm getting primos. Let's go and have a pop at a perch. Let's go and have a pop at a perch. I'm going to get binned off in the fog. I'll be alright. Here's another one of these. Hello.
Hey, go away!
All tagged up.
Grant us your blessing.
Chop.
Do your worst.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
Yep, you, Glade! You're up! Ha! Yep!
Flee.
Maybe I need some attack food here. Just to make that go a bit quicker.
We shall prevail. Yield. Get back.
Oh, he's dead, nearly dead.
Stay put! Go get him, you, Glade!
Saved him just right on the crossing.
Flee.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Why am I going down here? Couldn't see where I was going, there's a big hole. I dived
Do
off
your
it.
worst.
Yep, you, Glade! You're up! Ta!
There we go.
Excellent.
Excellent. There's another chuffer. God, this region isn't just like do the.
Don't be scared!
It's quite dense with content. I quite like this sort of content. Lots of killing on your quest. Lots of chests. I quite like it.
Empty chest. Good for storage.
It's less story mode though, isn't it? But that's fine for me. I'm even confused about where I'm going now even. I'm supposed to be going to some perch or something. Is that a door up there at the top? Maybe the perch is in here. This is one of these. Don't know where the others are. Maybe underneath.
You're exposed! Hear my prayer!
Pain, go away! You, Blade, you're up!
I taste blood.
Yield!
No, my sword!
So some big numbers. Come on, boy.
Get
Wolfy
back!
boy. 4. 3. Not particularly big thousands, but enough to get the job done. There's a light down here, so maybe it even wants me down here. Is that a mechanism, or have I already done this to get up there? I'm confused. There's baddies down here and stuff. Feels less like there is... Less like there's one of those things that I'm looking for, but... What is down here? Oh, look at all these mushrooms, look. I don't even know what I need them for, but they're cool. Oh, look. That's our mural. Time to whip out the camera, right? Apparently it's time to use my camera. I think it's a Oh, that guy wanted us to find 6 pictures, didn't he, as well? While we were here. He wanted to just, like, take pictures of murals or something. I'm confused as well. I've got quite a few free wishes built up there, look. Might do some of them. I'm supposed to put my camera... One of 6 murals, that's good.
Stay put!
Is that what this is for? What is going on? Didn't I come here before and I solved a puzzle? Yeah, I solved all the puzzle here. I remember this. This was my way in. I solved all these puzzles. I surely don't have to do this in reverse again now. Like, surely that's not the idea now. I had to fly one across from here, didn't I? Shit, I fell off. There's even a homunculus here that I haven't got before. What on earth? Where's the homunculus? On the ceiling? Higher up? Or lower down? Underneath me? Not underneath me, look. Needs marking on the map, that does. There's another one. What? I've run out of map pins as well. That one just went at... Like, since I'm here, it feels like it should be here now. Dude. I need a chuffing... Well, I know that's there. And I know that I need... I thought I needed a thing flying around me. Maybe I'll just get this hole powered up. I think I need a thing flying around me. This is where I came in. Look, there's another one there, look. wonder if they unlock when I electrify the doors, or whether they, like I think they do, require me to have an electrogram minimum around me. I can't see anywhere where I get an electrogram minimum. So that was well weird. But now I know there's 2 of those things down there, and I can't even mark it on the map. I'm over here now. I was over there, and now I'm over here. I'm well confused, so we're not finishing this today. Because that's just completely throwing me for a sideways. I don't even know what I'm doing. I know I need to clear off some map pins. I know that for sure. I need to unlock this as well. Look, still haven't unlocked that. Which is insane. Let's go to my favourite place. Let's have a look who's got what going on. 70, 457. 90, 510. 84, 97. 70, 457. That's a really good chuffer. Needs enhancing. That's 80. 8532, and to jump up the next level we need some of these. A few more chaos cores. 15 of 27, so let's have a look at if we can craft any more chaos cores. Might have to go on a grind for them, I don't know. Chaos core. Chaos core, I can craft 11, and I can craft shed loads of these things as well, so... I couldn't remember the exact numbers, but I think that'll do. Wait. And there was the matter of a few scrolls as well. A few cursed scrolls. Okay, I've got everything. I just need some more of these. Let's get on it. Let's have some golds. This is Hydra. We should destroy this as well.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
We could actually take a Electro in the squad.
Hurry up! Mora waits for no one.
It's quite a nice looking squad, that. Let's get at 'em.
Ublade, you're up. Propagate. Hey. Yeah. Yeah.
Oops. I mean, no one here is particularly like a big DPS for me, but against water, like, got a huge advantage with these Dendro Chuffers on the squad, haven't we? Whoops.
Let's play turn a little. Hey, go! Go! Make yourselves at home.
No problem. 1 minute 40 though is not very quick. I think we can do that a bit quicker. That's a bit harsh. 6/6. That would have been a 3/3. Not too bad on its own, but no purple, no gold. I'm not going to change up. We haven't really got a big DPS slot, but I think these chuffers can handle it.
Let's play turn a little.
And she did alright then, didn't she?
Let's sweeten the deal. Ha! Germinate.
Here's my next one.
Go get him, Gray. Grow. The Temple of Wisdom. Oh, stay put. Scatter.
Go on, right. Ah, slowing me down now. No one's got a special ready for me. Thank you very much. Bam. 1 minute 10, maybe? 1 minute 30. Ugh. 10 seconds quicker though. Use condensed resin. So I'm not sure what sword Super Chuck is using there. There we go, that's much more like it. Look at that. 2 purple, 1 gold, which would have meant, because this is double, because we're using resin condensed, so I would have got half a gold, don't know how that works, 1 purple, and 1.5 blue, 2, but yeah, look, that's good, let's do another one like that. Let's have another one like that. Me personally, I'd actually like it if you've got more chance of getting the good rewards if you go quicker. I think that would be a good system, but then it'd be harder on people who can't go quicker, and you can't go quicker until you get the good stuff, so maybe it'd be a bad system, I don't know.
Spring forth! Don't be scared! Share my knowledge! Hit, ready, go!
Come on, let's do next damage.
Yeah, a minute to memory.
Next, where are they?
Magic lamp!
I'm in trouble to get a special up again.
Scatter! Temple of Wisdom! Committed to memory!
So 1 minute 20 maybe? 1 minute 24. So coming down 10 seconds a run. That's the end of it though, because that's my last run. Let's see if we can get any more purples. Maybe even a cheeky gold, 2 in a row, you never know. Nah, 6/4, worst one of the lot. No worries. to see if that haul is enough or if we have to go back. Sunday's nice on the grind because you can just pick whatever you want and say, I'm going to make this go good. And you can just go and grind it if you've got a bit of resin. You've always got your day's resin. Oh, I've got quite a lot of these bits and pieces, look. Right, how many of these do I need? So.
Huh?
Wolf boy. His sword is going to go
Ta-da! No!
over the top today. Wolf boy. Weapon. I need 3 more gold, okay. Probably overgrounded. Did too much in that domain then, maybe. Maybe not though. Maybe just about enough. Well, you're always going to get... Whenever... You're always going to need more of this stuff. Doesn't matter what character, what thing. You're not going to be like, oh, I overdid it and now I've got too much of this. It's okay, you'll use it at some point. Trust. Nice. And this is pretty good because this is one of the best weapons in the game and we were lucky to get it. It's at level 80. Let's push it all the way to 90. I'm not going to get it up to 5-star. I got all those stars, but I'm not going to get to refine it necessarily, but pretty slamming to have it. I'll take all my crystals. We're not going to go that far now then. That's poised. That's ready to go when I've got a few more crystals just to throw at it. Or I could sneak it up there, couldn't I? I could do this. I could go just like 1 or 2 levels now, like 1, 2. Like that, and every now and then just buying up another 2 levels, as I do with my characters, and it will get there. Because we've got other swords that need enhancement, that need to go places. That sword is in the hands. See, he's got that, and it's a walloper, 572 already. It's an absolute walloper. A level 90 there, 565. This one, level 82, 572. It's more powerful than a level 90 of the lower grade, the epic rather than the legendary. The legendaries are better, obviously. But I'm used to hitting with epics at 500 and something. This is already at nearly 600. It's probably my best sword ever. Like, I'm not too worried about, like, oh no, it's not quite 90. We'll get there. But these others down here, they're at level 1177, 231. They need the attention more now. The characters that are holding them also need a bit of the attention. Need some more of these balls. No stress. We've done a bit today. Good chunk. We've done the quest that I wanted to do for sure, the Dane's Leaf. We've done some of that roof stuff when I got confused and stuck. We've upgraded a sword. How long have we been on stream? 2 hours. So I've got I'm an hour. I want to put another hour in. So I think we pick a quest. I think we go off the roof thing because that's confusing to me. We'll have to get back to it. We could do a story. An hour, I think, is about right for a story. And we could go back to the chasm. I don't feel the chasm. I think we're going to go and do this. Dory, I don't know how Dory's got back in the squad again. Hang on.
By 30%.
You're not even supposed to be running around Mondstadt. You killed all those.
20%.
New rule. You're not allowed to run around Mondstadt, you naughty chuffer. Don't know how you managed to sneak back in the squad again. New rule. Dory out. No, Dory out.
This is destiny.
How dare you? What am I even doing with this? I was doing this, yeah. Navigate me. I think what's happening here is we joined Sino out in the desert, who is concerned there might be some people doing some smuggling. And Sino works for the Maharajas and all that, doesn't he? And that's all you need to know. It's his story quest. It's going to tell us a bit about his character, and there might be some fighting, if we're lucky. But otherwise it might be kind of chill, kind of cool, kind of interesting. Here's some fighting. Look already for me. I just found some in the desert. So I am going to take them up on their offer of fighting and do some fighting. Ow.
Don't get him, you away! That hurt real bad! Oh, stay put! Make yourselves at home!
Delve into destiny!
Delve into destiny. She's the one that sets it off.
Let me scry.
I want to take the chuffer out of the squad. And we'll have another wet character. Or maybe we need a third wheel here to really get these things popping. Maybe take Clee. Vaporize, Burgeon.
Yeah, let's go on a big adventure!
We'll take Clee. Leave the caravan rebat. Okay, I'm leaving the caravan rebat. Here I am. Sino going to meet up with me in the desert.
Hold it right there. Heading to the desert, are we? I would think twice if I were you.
Huh? Who are you?
That doesn't matter. All you need to know is that someone wishes to inform you that it's not too late to turn back. You must be Sino. I've heard a lot about you. You've got quite a reputation. But this time you're in over your head. Unless you turn around right now, I'm afraid that even you won't return unscathed. And as for you two, why bother sticking your noses in trouble that doesn't even concern you?
He sounds quite cool. You know, they're threatening me, so it looks like we're going to have a big fight. Can knowledge is becoming a problem here, and we're here to help Sino.
That's right! We won't just sit back and do nothing!
You're smuggling can knowledge.
Have
the
you
can
really
knowledge
thought
police.
it through? You're not just doing this for recognition, are you, Sino? My employer said that he's willing to compromise as long as you just walk away. He could, for example, reduce the amount of canned knowledge on the market. I'm sure that would help your investigation appear to be successful enough.
I'm sure it would.
On top of that, he's willing to give you a cut of the profit. So you see, you get both Mora and a boost to your reputation. I can't think of a reason why you would pass that up.
Paimon,
is that so?
Go over and smack him.
Well, I can't think
Show
of a
him the
reason
reason
why I'd accept.
Show him my reason.
I've heard
Here
enough.
we are.
Get out of my way.
Get out of my way. That's my
Sorry.
reason.
No can do.
Yes, this
We're
is good.
getting paid to ensure you disappear. Since you won't turn back willingly, then we're gonna have to make you go back.
Come on then. I'll make you go back, you chuffer. Get at it. Oh, it's Sino.
New punches.
Sino's on my squad as well. Amazing.
Fine, fine, boom!
Delve into destiny.
Destiny. Don't really need him on the squad because my squad is so damn cool. But look. There's her. And number 5, which don't press often. There it is. Daddy cool. Futile. More of them. More of them. Careful.
You play! You're up! Ready, go! Blow them up!
They don't stand a chance.
Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Just running rings around them.
Decided by destiny.
Ow!
My space.
What's going on about my space?
Judgment is upon you.
This might hurt a little.
Smash them up, yeah.
This doesn't change anything.
Well, it changes the fact that you're not shouting at me anymore.
I know. There will be a...
You're not shouting at me anymore.
Let's get out of here.
Go on. You're not so tough now, are you? Get out of here.
No need. Even if we apprehend them, I apologize for bringing you into this dangerous mess.
Oh, it's
you
all
should
right.
be careful. You'd be surprised.
Anyway, yeah, get on.
They may even stay hidden in some dark corner for a very long time. Yes. I was carrying out a mission with one of my superiors. I didn't have much experience at the time. And I let my guard down after we had closed the case. We ended up being attacked by the remainder of the mercenaries.
I did do my tweet, didn't I? I did my tweet earlier.
My superior was injured while protecting me, and we struggled to gain control of the situation.
Whoa! Who could have seen that coming? Was he okay?
He survived with a fractured wrist. His name is Taj Radkani, a very well-respected Matra. Anyway, our mission will be dangerous.
Cool.
Don't worry, Paimon will stay alert.
Good. Don't worry. It won't be long till we're at the bottom of this. And once this is all over, I'll sweep away any other hidden dangers.
He looks cool in that one. That's a thumbnail, isn't it? Let me just get me. Let me make me nice and big. Ah, too big. I don't need to stay there that long because I can just screenshot the thumbnail, but quite enjoying it. Need to put the camera back now. Why are you so big? It's so big. Shut up, you. You used to be littler in the corner. Shut up, you. Out in the desert with Sino. Out in the desert with Sino. Out in the desert, they're far away. What am I doing now? Go to the desert auction site. Press V to navigate. We'll do. It's 300 meters away, so we can run that. Or we can go invisible with Mona, which is a shame because you like looking at her when she's running, but she's gone invisible. There she is now. You can look at her again. A little hat bobbing. And then when you go running, oh, she's gone invisible. Quick, get these, you want these. Crystals. Crystal. Get it. Oh, I missed it. Ah! Shut up, you. I'm off to the desert auction site. I haven't got time to kill... Oh, look. Investigated that. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Rocks. Clee, you're up. Desert rocks.
La la la.
La la la. Ta ta ta. Ta ta ta. Ta ta ta. Ta ta ta. Oh, she did it. I was changing.
I see everything.
Right, this is the desert auction site apparently.
Hey.
I mean, it just looks like just the desert to me, but apparently this is the desert auction site.
So hot. If only there was some shade for us to cool off under.
Maybe we should take a break. Paimon.
We still have a long way to go, so you'll need to hang in there for a while longer. This is not a good place to rest anyway.
Okay. But don't you feel hot too, Sino?
I mean, Paimon, you're wearing all your normal clothes, so you might be a bit...
Of course, but I'm accustomed to these conditions.
Care to share any tips? Paimon's about to melt away.
Just try to stay focused. Use your willpower to support your mind. The moment you start to give in is when you'll feel more tired. Take one step after another. Don't let your mind perceive your body's limitations.
This is too much for Paimon.
Okay, if you say so. But where would be a more safe place to rest? Just look around, it's just sand and desert. There aren't any monsters for miles around. Whoa! Where did these scorpions come from?
I think I've got this.
Watch out. Something's not right about them.
No worries.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
Delved into destiny.
There you go, they're all dead now.
Those weren't just normal scorpions.
No?
See? There are marked numbers on their pincers.
Oh.
They were raised by someone.
So someone's breeding bad scorpions.
Someone doesn't want us to show up at the auction.
Fair enough.
We are surrounded by desert as far as the eye can see.
This place is super dangerous.
Something's not right. Stay still. Here's the answer. It must have planted this on you.
What?
Huh? What is it?
A miniature tracking device made by the Ksharawar. They can use this to discern your approximate location.
Stick it up the bum of a Hillichurl and send him off on a run.
But this device wasn't licensed for mass production.
Whoa! Paimon never knew that kind of
You're being
thing
tracked.
even existed. Why would it?
They
See,
probably
it's like that
planted
cross
it on
between
the
technology that I was
during our
talking about
fight with
earlier.
the mercenaries earlier. It was a frantic fight.
Well, good thing you were able to find it, Sino.
Let's keep heading to the auction.
Don't really like that, but anyway, yeah. Apparently we had a tracking device on us.
Everyone hold hands. Boing, boing, boom! Jumpy, jumpy, go! Blazing delight!
Where's my stuff?
La la la.
Da da da.
They're back again! How many of them are there?
There's loads of scorpions in the desert. Like,
Let me
loads.
scribe.
Continue heading to the desert auction. Will do. What's this? It looks like I've already done it. Continue heading to the desert auction. Is this the desert auction down here? What is it? It's like a little market stall. Oh, there are all those green things. Yeah, this is bad.
Weird. Is this where the auction is?
There's nobody here.
Yeah, not a single soul.
We didn't waste any time getting here after we defeated those mercenaries. But even so, they still knew we were coming.
Got it.
Aw, what should we do now?
We searched the area.
All right, let's take...
Some footprints. And this chuffer here, this thing, this is part of the search, this thing. It's drinking water. It's fine. Sino, tell me what you found.
Did you find any?
No, nothing in...
It's possible that... But don't worry. I have another idea. Come back and meet me here after some time has passed. I'm sure something will come up. They packed up and once they think we...
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Leave the auction with the tracker. Wants me up there for some reason. Suppose this is a quick way to get there. Some treasure hoarders there. Crystals. Crystal fly, dendro crystal fly.
Ugh, so tired. Yay. Let's rest for a little while before we go back to find Sino. It's probably about time for us to head back to the auction. Let's go. Maybe Sino's finally found some leads.
What the fuck? Really? Go away, come back? I mean, that's not particularly good quest writing. Oh, look at that in my way. Might go and kill that. And it looks elegant from here, doesn't it? Beautiful vista. Hello everyone.
Everyone hold
Yes,
hands.
yes, yes. Is this thing not going to come alive? No? That's a shame.
Delved into destiny.
It's down here somewhere. Is there a chest on top of that? No, it's just some birds.
Oh, looks like Sino caught someone. So you're the bad guy behind all this, aren't ya?
I didn't act immediately when he showed up. He is not the primary instigator.
Yes. Once everyone knew you were coming, all the canned since all the goods were just left here unsupervised, I thought I'd use the opportunity to come back and take what I could.
You must know.
No. I'll talk. But before that, if we stay here...
All right.
How about my home?
Fine.
I'll go to his house to talk.
Listen, buddy, you better...
Come on now. Do you really think I'd try to pull anything under Sino's watch? Seriously, what can I even do?
Dad, you're back. Oh, we have guests?
This is my daughter, Seeming. Why don't you run along now, dear?
Oh,
go on.
Okay.
Everyone knows Sino in our business, but let me ask.
Paimon, and
to be honest, but even though you
why is that?
Everything, everyone will, and even if you.
I know there's going to be a lot of talking, but this is just about this guy and his daughter, and like, you know, come
Here's some tea, Dad. And for the guests, too.
on.
Right. I forgot to offer tea to our.
Don't want your tea.
It. I should tell you that our tea tastes kind of bitter, but I
Right.
put some sugar.
That's my girl. Do we still have any sugar left? If not, I'll buy some.
Yes, we do. Okay. I'm gonna go have a rest now.
I get it.
Didn't you say...
My daughter, that's why. As for me,
She's even got
until
disease
one day
now as well.
That's right. There are many other. I wanted to tell
he's
you
not a
all
bad
this so
chuffer,
that
he's
maybe you
just
could understand
desperate.
and change your mind.
Oh no. That means that if we prevent the sale of canned knowledge, his daughter will...
Moral quandary.
I can find someone to...
You're gonna have to go and sell coconuts
You'll find some
instead.
goods I received.
Whoa. Look at all of this.
Yes.
Leaves it out the back of his
all
house.
neatly packed away and organized in boxes. Small producers couldn't possibly support such a large quantity of goods.
Interesting.
Huh? Look. These seem different from the other knowledge capsules we've seen. Maybe they contain knowledge about the Court of Desolation.
Yes, that would make sense.
Spot Paimon.
Wait, what's this? Yes, it's a Matra seal. I started to suspect that someone in the academia might be...
Oh yeah, the academia might
pieces
have
of
been bad, haven't they? Yeah.
No wonder they don't want... Could I ask you for a favor? Since if we can enter the... But you'll need to be the one who checks the record.
Sure thing.
I'll also keep... We can get more...
Okay, you want me in the main office to check the records. It should be over here, won't it? What? No? What? Quest is currently involved in other quests. Do fragmented quest... It does this to me. Do this first. Al Haytham's story quest. You chuffer. For half an hour I'm not going to finish the stream on Al Haytham's story quest. So we'll do something else instead. That's set up now to do next time. Al Haytham's followed by... chuffing... Chuff, you chuffing. Oh! It does this to me. Because one involves the other, you know, they're interwoven. They're interwoven, so I have to switch to the other one now. Is there anything I can do quick for primos? Let me see my primos tally. 105. I'm only looking for 60 primos. I wonder if there's anything I can do quick for primos. I've got 30 and I need to do one more boss hit this week, don't I? Let me have a look at my characters and who needs what. I thought I needed a Divalin Sai for Amber. Am I right in saying her talents? Yeah, she needs a Divalin Sai. So we're going for a Divalin before the week is out. Let me just check that I haven't done it already. Remaining attempts to claim treasure 1 of 1. Let's go over there and do that. And I'm just going to put like the hit squad on. Oh, I'm so balling. We don't mess about here.
Chivalry will never die.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Let's finish this quickly. I'm here.
We don't mess about. We will absolutely wreck this chuffer. Don't even need anything special on, but I can use something special if I want, because I've got it there kicking around. I've got anything nice attack-wise. I've got some nice attack stuff as well, so we'll just use one of them. I know it's meat, and I don't eat meat in real life, but like my whole playthrough has not ended up being vegan, it turns out. Let's just get Storm Terror. I mean, Storm Terror is a great big animal in itself, so I'm going to kill it. Or at least I'm going to release it from its madness by bashing in this thing off its head. It is a dragon. It looks more like a bird to me. That's why I think of it as like a bird. But it is quite a dragon, isn't it, really?
Life goes on.
If it would just come down and play nice so that I can attack it properly.
Body and mind.
Thank you. Over here.
Commit it to memory.
I'm up here. Quick.
Roll.
Rain cutter.
Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
That's nearly half. Now it's going to fire bombs at me. And it's going to set the ground on fire. Or electric, or whatever. And this I say, I don't care. I'm just going to hang out. Hello.
Tough wheel of life. Speed of light. Hey! Committed to memory.
Rain outlines your
Incoming.
Get up there, watch out for his foot. Come on, get up there. Get up there. Just wasting time.
Speed of light. This may hurt a little. Go.
No, my sword!
Don't blink. Cut to the chase.
We didn't do as well on that second run. We didn't quite get it done because we didn't have any specials ready, which was annoying. Back on.
Incoming.
Move away from the breath.
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home. Speed of light. Hey!
Rain outlines your fate.
Got there quick. Get me up there. Get me up there.
This way.
Let me weave you a
And it's down. No messing. There's a little bit of messing, but no messing. Let's have a sigh. Let's have a sigh. There's a sigh. Nicely done. And a claw. And a concert's final hour. Elemental mastery over HP. Energy attack. This is rubbish. Gladiators, HP over attack, elemental energy defense. Oh, I've got so many of these just mixed bags. I'm fed up with them now. And then a load more other rubbish. And I got a fragment, not a chunk. But I got my sight, so that's good. And I got some bits and bobs at the bottom end as well. That's lovely though, because it's nice to just Amber, her talents, that's been sitting there for a while now. Oh, I haven't got it already. We can go and do that. We're going to have to get some resin. First of all, let's just see. I think she's freedom, isn't she? I mean, we won't have enough, but let's just see if we've got any guide to freedom. We've got a few. Philosophies 2. We don't need that many runs then. We'll be able to do this. We'll be able to do this. Let's have a look in our bag at the resin situation. Oh, I haven't done this for a while actually. Let's do this right now as well. Keep forgetting to do that. The old parametric transformer. I don't really know what to put in these days. I used to just be apples, but we've got loads of other options. It's usually apples, really. They're the thing that I use the least. Could try snapdragons. I'm going to try and get 1,000 of everything. I've got over 1,000 of these mushrooms. I want to try and get 1,000 of everything. But if I put them in there, then 150 of them are down in one. I'm going to go for these. I've got 700 Sumeru roses. We'll do it with Sumeru roses.
Committed to memory. Popeyes.
No, my sword!
Speed of light. Rogue. Hey!
There we go. And look what we got. Yay, that's nice things. All good stuff. What am I doing anyway? I'm trying to sort out my resin. Probably use 2 of them, actually. I'm running down my fragile a little bit, but I like to keep things stocked, you know, I like to keep things stocked, but I'm running down a little bit. But all in the name of progress. Gives me 3 runs. He's a frosty bad boy.
Good eye. Yeah, let's go on a big adventure.
Got a job for me?
Hurry up. Mora waits for no one. Woo!
Woo. This can go real well, or it can go kind of annoying. We'll see. As long as I don't get caught in the damn icicles. I shouldn't say it because it's going to jinx it.
Here's the goods! Yeah, blow them all up! Dumpty Dumpty Go! Da da da! Higher, higher, hands on fire!
Oh, oh,
What's this? Shazam!
So it took a long time to kill, didn't it?
Yeah. La la la.
Let's get it on! Hi! Gloves off!
Nice, quite gathered up nicely together. Now I'm getting smashed by that thing.
Dumpty Dumpty Go! No fair!
Look alive!
What's this? Memora's Mug! Magic lamp! See? Phew!
Still 2 more of these to go, aren't there? Yep, still 2 more. I'm not making good time on this.
Boing, boing, boom! Ouch! Pew!
Good old Clee. Getting the job done.
Boing, boing, boom! La la la!
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You're finished. Why are you killing me? Need some purples and red epics and legendaries out of that, please, because killing me after the fact. No? Okay. Quite cheeky. Smashing my head off. I could do with maybe a slightly better squad. There's something not quite clicking with these 3, but I'm alright with it. We'll carry on. The 3 fire girls. Maybe I need 1 more electro instead. I need to balance it out. Take 1 fire girl off and put 1 electro girl on. Please definitely stay in. She's like MVP. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Let's get it on! You asked for it!
In theory, you know, this should be really good against these chuffers. There's my healer. Just in time to get Clee killed. down.
Look alive!
Caught in the trap here. Okay, there's healing up. There's clean. No, not again.
Was an accident.
The healing doesn't act immediately. You have to have the character out and it has to start to heal them. And I just get killed in that second before. So no clue.
Fire, fire, pants on fire.
This is going to be a tough one now. Can't seem to focus on me. Got me locked in a corner.
Buckle up! Gloves off!
Focus on the mage. Why'd you keep going over there?
Let's get it on!
Jesus, it's getting a bit tight. What's it immune to?
Look alive!
Okay, get my heals up.
Deal breaker.
Not gonna get healed. No, dead. Please heal her. Please, she didn't get healed either again that time. Come on, we'll just finish it with Clee. No health, Clee. No hit, Clee. One hit, Clee. No. Oh, there's the hit. Ah. Got there eventually. That was tough. It started to fall apart, that. Still no good ones. Got to go and heal up. Let me get one more run in. Might just switch out Hu Tao.
We're going to hunt.
Let's see how this goes. Quite happy. Unlike most games, I can't eat any of that food, right? Unlike most games where I can't be bothered to use the food and potion system. In Genshin, I quite like using the food and potion system. You can't overlap them and stack them. It's one at a time. Whichever's the most recent has gone off. You get one in each slot. Attack, defense, potion. They're handling useful. They're immune to the electric. No, because they're hitting electric numbers there. What is it they're immune to? The physical, maybe? No, because there's physical numbers there. I'm a bit confused about what they're immune to. I've been playing it for a year. Ow, 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 ow.
Look alive! You're dead meat!
Just melt the mage, come on.
Just great.
What's this? Magic lash!
Nicely done, Razor, with the wolf's gravestone.
Let's get it on!
Morris, let's complete the deal.
Okay, next. We're not doing this particularly quickly, but it's much more solid than the other runs, isn't it? Got the addition of that little bit of food, but it's also because Razor and his Claymore do good work here. And on top of that, the dual... I think it's the dual Electro that gives us more resistance to cryo, I think. Might be tripping. That seems pretty solid. Let's have some purples and good ones out of this. Come on. Nice. Couple of purples. We'll take them. I'm hoping that's enough. Hello, TV Dan. This is Genshin Impact. This is like, you know, MMOs are ongoing games. They last for a long time. You know how Fortnite just is Fortnite and it's out forever. It's like huge. You start out in this little part of the world and then it gets bigger as you move on to this part of the world. And then it gets bigger as you take a boat out and move on to this part of the world. And then it gets bigger as it goes down to here and over here in the desert. And then it gets bigger and we're awaiting our next section, which we don't know where it's going to be, but it might be over here somewhere. And then there'll be another one and another one. It keeps getting bigger. There's always stuff to do. It's a cool game. Quite enjoy it. End of a... what are we up to now? Coming up on 3 hours of stream today on this game. I usually pop in a couple of hours. Genshin Impact at the weekends. Nice to see you here. First time in chat. And yeah, I also play other games on Twitch. Can do. Will do. But Genshin Impact is like the game. And what we're doing at the moment is we are upgrading characters and their stuff. We've just been doing some story mode and then we've been upgrading some stuff.
Bombs, so heavy.
And what I've been trying to do in that domain there is I've been getting the books. You know, you get your materials and you rank up and gather up. So I'm going to craft those books into philosophies of freedom. And then I'm going to feed them to Amber.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous...
All that was so that her talent, Fiery Rain, can go up another level. Boss kill. Loads of arrowheads. Philosophies of freedom. Confirm it. An extra 3%. An extra 50% on the total Fiery Rain damage from 700 to 750. 8%. That's good. Level 7. Is this on PC? It's on all formats. It's actually on mobile as well. It's theoretically a mobile phone game. I'll tell you quickly. The reason they say it's bad
So heavy.
is because you look at all my characters, yeah? You see all my characters that I've got. They say, oh, it's a waifu simulator. You're in love with these characters. You're in love with them. And you want to be their boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, and that one's a child, so you shouldn't. And I don't, you know, I'm not interested in being their boyfriend and their girlfriend. And then the other thing they say that you might hear is that if you want those characters, you've got to do this system. It's called wishing on these banners. So it's called a gacha system. So essentially, I press the wish button, and am I going to get one of these good characters? No, I'm fucking not. No, I got a bow and arrow. Oh, I don't want that bow. It's not very good. Oh, I wish I had more wishes. Well, there's a limited number of them, isn't there? Well, what do? I go in the shop. Oh, and I buy loads of wishes. I get loads of wishes. In the shop. And then I spent loads of money, and that's how they get you. Gacha is a Japanese word, gachapon. But this is considered predatory, you know, bad. However, I'm free to play.
I found a really...
Genshin Impact free to play. I have that up on most days on my Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact, I'm only spent 0.0, and I have got loads of characters. If I show you this on the character archive, these are all the characters that I could get. And over the course of playing for a year, these are all the ones that are lit up of the characters I do have. So no, I haven't got them all. Not if I paid money. Not if I paid money. Like, this one's going to come up on the banner soon. If I want to guarantee it, and I want to go in the shop and buy all the wishes and then get it guaranteed, 200 notes. 200 notes. So I'm not doing that. Definitely not doing that. But it is free to play. And in a year, they give you loads of free wishes. So I've got 5-star characters. I've got new 5-star characters. When things came around that I really wanted, I was able to save up the wishes and get them. And recently a few things have gone by that I haven't quite been able to get. Oh, that's a shame. But they'll come round again. You know, Ansel might lend it you. Thanks. Yeah, the characters will come round again. So if you're ever thinking of playing this and people say to you, oh, it's a gacha game, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, you can take it from me, that's a load of bollocks. Like, don't, you know, if you've got kids, don't give them money to put into this and, you know, endlessly ask you for money for a character, because it'll be 200 notes for a character. But for me, for playing it for free and for fun, and it's huge and it's lots of fun and it's a bit of a grind sometimes, and I kind of like that. And it's not an MMO. There's not other people running around giving me loads of jip. It's really relaxing and fun. Look, and the environment I'm in is really beautiful. It's one of my favourite games ever, it turns out. Genshin Impact, yeah. This is Genshin Impact. Glory here. She's blind. Sits there waiting for her boyfriend who's out in the field doing some work. Genshin Impact. The world of Mondstadt. Hooray! Splash, I fell in the sewer then, that's bad. Dirty feet now. And yeah, what was I doing? I was leveling up and ranking up characters and stuff. So, Amber's had her talents leveled up. I've done my resin spend for today. I wonder if there's any easy ways so I can push any characters. I think I've done my thing. Let's level up Bedu like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Ascend. I've got all those bits and pieces. Yeah, I'll ascend her.
We're making progress. Let's crack open a bottle to celebrate.
She goes up another level. 40 of 50. And when you get a new character, you have to like level them up, and it takes a little while. But my top characters, and I've got loads of them, like I said, my top characters are like level 90 of 90, with weapon level 90 of 90, you know, all that sort of business. But down here at the other end, people are taking a bit longer to level up, because I'm free to play. Hello, Capital K. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Am I flexible? Haven't seen you in a while. That's the sort of question you come out with. I don't know. I could depend. There needs to be an international. There needs to be an international. I used to be quite, because I did fencing. I was quite athletic, but there needs to be an international level of flexibility, like standard. Like there needs to be like a. I'm thinking of limbo dancing. I'm thinking like, you know, there needs to be a. Like, if you can do a limbo level 4, you are this flexible. You know what I mean? That's what we need. International
if you ever want to trade
standards.
tactics, I'm always ready.
Alright, shut up now, you. Going on about your tactics. International flexibility standards. That's what we need. I don't let this one, Kaya, I don't really level him up. He's my least favourite one. I don't like him, so I don't level him up. But all the others are really cool. All these characters. My playthrough on this is massive as well. Massive. Been playing it for a year. Well then. Well then. I wouldn't know now. I mean, I don't know what the standard flexibility is. Like, if you're looking at gymnastics, I was just thinking, this is probably a bad idea, isn't it, to go looking at gymnastics on my YouTube. It'll start thinking I'm a pedo and start sending me all sorts of weird videos. But,
Ta-da! No! Oh, fine.
No, I'm not typing it in, gymnastics flexibility. I feel like that's a bad way to go. I feel like it's just going to bring up a load of weird shit. No, I'm definitely not gymnastics flexible. Definitely not that flexible. But I'm like quite flexible. Like I can do, like I used to be able to do not the splits, I suppose, sort of near the splits. Because like before every fencing training, we'd do like a warm up and stretches and all that. You know, fencing's quite athletic like that, isn't it?
Oh, fine.
Uh-oh. Oh, you heard about the Grand National? They're thinking about protesting the Grand National. Those terrible vegans, they're going to maybe go on the race course and stop that bad racing from happening, and everyone's going to be well cross. If you want to stop the race, right, I'll tell you what, if you want to stop the race and you want to protest, I think it's a bad move to go on the actual racetrack. I think you need to stop it beforehand. I think you need to, because they've got to get their horses there in the horse boxes. I think you need to like either like blockade other places or whatever, but you can't do that because then the horse is going to be in the box the whole day. You know, I don't like the races. You know, I'm not a big fan of the races. Not me. I'm not a big fan of them. But I think it's a bit weird because everyone's got all their money involved and all the audience are there, and then you go on the track and stop it. Everyone's going to be cross. Everyone, apart from you who's trying to stop it, is going to be cross. So the police are going to get well involved. They're going to get eggy. There's a lot of money going on in that, so they're going to get eggy. Uh-oh. We lost our blue ticks. I never had one. Never give a shit about a blue tick on Twitter. They've gone. Elon Musk determined to drive the Twitter stock price into the ground because he only owns about 9% of it, and the other investment banks that own the rest of it are sort of financial competitors to some of his other interests. So determined to drive the Twitter stock price into the ground. Don't know why people don't see it the way I see it, but you know, not everyone sees it the way I see it. He's going to turn it into like a right wing. I mean, I like Twitter. I use Twitter a lot. I think it's an easy mouthpiece, and it's easy to share like pictures and information and stuff on Twitter. Like easy, like it better than Facebook, which like Twitter seems like you tweet it and it's gone and it's like doesn't matter. Whereas Facebook, it's like you Facebooked it and then like, you know, someone's arguing with you about it another 6 weeks down the line. Quite like Twitter as a communication thing, I suppose. Not that bothered though. Whichever one's the one where everyone is, I'll use that for my posting when I'm streaming. Talking about little bits and pieces with each other. It's fine. I can talk to you on the internet like I'm doing now, so I don't need Twitter, but that's fine. There's the news. I've reacted to the news for you as well then. You've had that. Tomorrow, I'm back on the main stream on YouTube, on Super Chuffer channel. Need to do something about these videos here, because when people click videos, they'll assume, oh, videos 3 months ago playing Stray at Christmas. What are these weird videos? They'll assume there are some Super Chuffer channel videos. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try, if I have to do it, I might have to do it, but I'm going to try and lay it on somebody else. I'm going to say, look, here's my video about Paul Ansel or about whatever. Can you edit that down and can we make it shorter and more concise and can we whack it up as a video? What am I doing on YouTube tomorrow? We have got thus. I should actually make a thumbnail for it and get it up there before tomorrow. I should do it today, shouldn't I? But Sunday I don't bother. But yeah, tomorrow I've got all day to make a thumbnail, and then we're on at 7 PM with Steve. We're doing narcissism, and I'm really enjoying the way we're about it at the moment. We're at the last sort of, there's probably 2 more episodes in the field of narcissism. We've done, let me get it in the playlist. It's easier to see on a playlist. I'm going to have to change some of these thumbnails as well. So we did narcissism test. We did criminals who publicly appealed. I really enjoyed that episode. And then that was like real on the nose of real true crime, you know, criminals, true crime. And I went like, let's do something slightly different from actual on-the-nose true crime, because we did Madly I McCann, and then we did criminal. No, let's try and go slightly different. And I said narcissism is interesting, so we did narcissism tests, and like before we did the tests, the narcissism like quiz, the narcissism quiz, I could call it. I said, what is a narcissist? And Steve told me these 9 different criteria that you know make the narcissist. So that one's like, what is a narcissist? Now, maybe I should call it what is a narcissist. I called it narcissism tests, thus podcast. And then we did red flags of the narcissist. So this other lady has got like this playlist, red flags of a narcissist in a relationship. I need to sort out the podcast there because they're not as consistent, these two. Got pushed around by chat in that one. Chat got out of hand in that one. And then we got back on schedule for the last 2. Basically, within 6 episodes, we will have discussed lots of different red flag signals of narcissistic behaviour within a relationship. And by doing so, I've learned an awful lot. So that now when I'm looking at body language analysis and other stuff, other people, you know, things on the internet, I can say, oh, hang on, look. That looks like an external locus of control. That looks like somebody who's a bit narcissistic. You know what I mean? I'm learning about what it is, the criteria, you know, the things I'm looking for. So we talked about maybe going away from it and doing a different episode this week and then coming back to it. I think we'll finish narcissism. I think we'll finish it strong. And I think once we've done that, I've got that as a resource and a tool when we talk about it in the future. So yeah, it is fascinating. Dana's list. Dana does this that we're using, red flags, can't spell, Dana's playlist from Thrive After Abuse. It's really straightforward at the start, like these first 10 and 15 and 20 are quite good, and then as it gets later on, Steve was saying that some of them are like almost duplications, and sometimes like, because we talked about being a liar and like huge hypocrite is a bit of a repeat. It's like she kind of like just kept going with the red flags until she just sort of exhausted all of the ideas she had, and some of them kind of might duplicate, so we might not need to do 52. Just the lady mentioned the Freedom Program. I've not heard her mention it. I don't know what it is myself, but I should maybe look into it. But yeah, we're going to finish that list, right? Probably next episode. Hopefully the next episode we do come very close to it, if not the one after. And then after that, we have to start thinking of new things to do on this. But it's a really good thing. Like, you know, we've got forensic psychologist. We're covering narcissism in depth. So now in the future, when we talk about it, when it comes up, you know, we've got that under our belt. And the podcast itself, like, you know, how many episodes have we got there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus next 14, 15. Another 5 or 6, and I'm at the point where I'm saying, let's step back and have a look at what we've done. And we're going to start launching it on Spotify is the next step. Starts to go out on other places like Apple Music and all those places where podcasts go. At that juncture, what I would like to do is hand it over, again, editor involved, I'd like to hand it over to a sound person just to say, look, this is going on a sound format. Is it sounding as good as it can, or do you want to tweak it? Do you want to do a little tweak? I can't be asked. But, you know, give it a tweak, eh? And then Steve knows it yet, doesn't know it yet, but I really want to buy him a new microphone. Like, he won't let me know. He's like, oh, don't do that. Oh, no, it's all right. But like, I think as a little present for getting his back better, like, might be, it's a couple of bits of kit, microphone and an XLR input thing for your computer. He sort of refuses to monetize and is shy about crowdfunding, but I might just buy it for him and just give it him, and then that would improve the sound quality as well, because he'll be on a new is Steve flexible? I don't know. But once he's got his microphone set up, that next level, like, because yeah, Apple Podcasts and stuff like that, it's all in your headphones, isn't it? But yeah, I have to do a bit of work on that. The idea is I get whatever I need to do lined up and we launch. If you're going to launch on Apple Podcasts and you've only got one episode, it's not so good, because people listen to it and they're like, that was good or whatever, but it's just one episode. But when we launch, I can start, you know, I can drop an episode every week without fail, or I can launch 7 or 5 or whatever, start dropping them midweek, like get a bit of hype going about it. so that when people tune into it, they say, that was interesting, and there's another one there for you to watch as well, and there's another one there for you to watch as well. Oh, interesting. I'll binge that. That's the idea, I think, with that. So yeah, things going on with us, going to keep going on, and at that point, it should push us into that next echelon of needing its own channel. It's an Android equivalent. I don't know. I don't use my phone to listen to shit like that. I use YouTube. Like, if it's not on YouTube, I am not listening to it. Which is stupid because I'm entering into their world. I'm going to have to get Spotify and I'm going to have to think about it and learn about it. I don't know if you have to pay money to be on it. Like, you know, I know you have to pay money to use it, don't you? So, I don't know. Capital K asking the real questions. It's free. Is it free? Should have been using it. Sign up, login. Sign up, login. I'll have to sign up, login. And what? Once you've signed up, login, can you just upload? Or what? How does it know that you want to start a podcast? Like, he knows I want to listen to music. It's like, I don't want to listen to music. I want to sign up, login. You know, I'll have to figure this shit out. Podcast, there you go. Look, Joe Rogan, big popular podcast. Not gonna. That's not. I'm not going to compete with Joe Rogan, am I? Like, he's going to get more views than me. Diary of a CEO. People really like him. They really like him. I'm not going to compete with that. Kim Kardashian. Are you fucking kidding me? How am I going to get a leg in here? Kim Kardashian. Everyone's going to be listening to her. They're not going to listen to me. You had a podcast. Did you? Used an aggregator and posted it to all platforms at the same time. Now there's a step in the right direction, isn't it? How many other places do you want it? I can't think of any. I've thought of two. It failed. When you say it failed, like, it still exists, does it? Or did you delete it? Like, I think of media that exists as a step forward. Like, you know, you created it is a win. Whether it got a lot of listenings and whether, you know, lots of people, I don't see that as a fail. Like, here I am playing Genshin Impact on the weekend on a channel that is not necessarily, like, I've still got, do you know what I mean? Like, Super Chuffer itself, right? I'm lucky that that's being taking off and stuff like that. YouTube Studio. No, not YouTube Studio, you idiot. Your channel. Videos, lives. Like, I'm lucky that some of these things are taking off. The body language is going to be something that I lean on. I know that I did Bear Friday body language. I know certain aspects of it can be successful. I'm going to intersperse it with my usual crap. You know, I am. You know, I'm going to sort of hamstring myself by being myself. But I'm lucky that that's taking off and is financially viable. But that doesn't mean that, like, today I'm doing another Emma White video, and today I'm doing another Madeline McCann video. And I don't see, like, because just some of these got more finance or more views doesn't make me feel like they're my most successful pieces of media. It's weird that. I think my most successful piece of media would probably be the one that gets people to sleep and they all leave the comments, oh, this helped me sleep, and that was like, help me sleep, that sort of thing. So I suppose views help because then you get more views and comments, don't you? But in terms of what's my best piece of media as well, probably not any of this. Probably something I worked really hard on that got no views, but it's not done yet. People could still find it, could start listening to it. You could still pick it up later. The Anchor app. Oh, it's confusing. I don't like how confusing this is, you know. I personally like. Why don't it just show me Anchor instead of showing me all these things talking about it? Anchor review. There's pictures of it. I don't want to see a review. I just want to see it. I suppose it's in the app shop or some shit like that. It's not on the internet. It's in the app shop. See, like, what I prefer, the thing I like about being on YouTube, and it's kind of a bit, maybe I'm being a bit of an old man here, but like, I've got my Google account. I've got my, there's its own website. Why hasn't it come up? They should have brought it to come up. Spotify for podcasters, Anchor FM login. What? Anchor is now part of Spotify for podcasters. It wants me to log in. Or I can log in with Google. See, the thing is, what I like about that, I suppose I can still have this, then it can all work together, is like, I log into my Google, you know what I mean? It knows who I am. It knows, like, I can actually connect that to my Twitch. Okay, fair enough. Like, it's all connected. Like, I don't want to have, like, loads of different places to log in and log out and log in and log out. I like it all being connected. I'm not even convinced about the Apple thing, because I don't know where I'm going to start opening up Apple accounts and logging in. And, do you know what I mean? Like, I would rather my podcast was less available and was available in some mainstream. Like, if you want us, we're on YouTube. That's a big step forward, isn't it? You know, you can find us on YouTube. Most people do. Spotify, I understand a lot of people use it for podcasts specifically, I suppose. Joe Rogan's on it. Okay, I'll open that door. But then, like, how many other places do I need to be? Do you know what I mean? But Anchor will do the job then, won't it? I'll do it this way. I'm not doing it now, but we'll do it that way. We'll look at that Spotify Anchor. You said Anchor, it is part of Spotify. That's the way we're going. And whatever it offers me, I will do it that way. And then that'll be it. Like, unless we're big enough, it can't be that important to be everywhere. Does that make sense? Like, let's say I can stream, at the moment I'm a streamer. And I could stream on Kick, and I could stream on Facebook, and I could stream on Insta, and I could stream on TikTok, and they're actually quite big, so maybe I should be also, covering some of those bases. But what's the point in having like an extra 10 people on Kick or like an extra 20 people on Insta? It's better just to have an extra 200 on YouTube. Like, it's better to be focused on the one and do well at the one rather than spread really wide and confuse myself. I do think that I could also have a TikTok open though. The current future is now set up involves streaming like I'm doing, like an old man, and having my phone out as a TikTok running at the same time. So I'm like streaming on my phone at the same time on a different, do you know what I mean? Like, that's my TikTok. Like, people do that. Instead of streaming to one stream to different platforms, they just have different recording devices open with lots of different streams running. Kind of weird, but they do. Yeah. So yeah, on Monday we've got that's coming up, and into next week what I'm going to be doing is I've got a load of Emma White videos lined up. We're going to be doing more Emma White body language analysis, and I'm going to try and filter in one other body language analysis video to show people, hey, body language analysis can be other stuff as well, and that'll be fun. And then hopefully they'll come along for that bit of a ride. That's my plan for that week. If I can get a guest in as well, I'll get a guest in as well. But otherwise, that's sort of my plan for next week, is body language analysis Nicola Bully style and body language analysis non-Nicola Bully style. Could be anything from Madeleine McCann to, a YouTube apologist. You don't know what happens these days, do you? Like, any day now, someone's going to do something that requires, someone's going to do one of these, like, YouTube. I could just look at this video, couldn't I? I could do a reaction to the YouTube's worst apologies. There we go. Northern Lion's apology one day ago. What's he done? I don't even watch him that much. I've seen him though. Or maybe it's just maybe it's not a real, maybe it's a clickbait. But if someone does one of these YouTube apologies, then I can just jump on it, can't I? That was easy. But also, when people do body language stuff in the real world, I can jump on it a bit. That'll be alright. And I can do some historical stuff as well. And I don't have to be a true crimer then. I don't have to rely on people's murders to make my money. And then I can also include that psychology aspect of Thus all the time, which is great. And then we can do other fun stuff. We are planning a new episode of, I want to call it like 410 America, but, like Spirit America. Got plans for guests. Going to have to get these tarot cards on the go a bit more. Got to build some sushi before the year is out. I'll give myself until summer, and then if I haven't built any sushi, then I'm a proper idiot for not doing that. There's loads of stuff on the plan. Did I see the girl who said she was Madeline? Yeah, but I didn't want to give it any airtime because she's a bit. I just thought she was nuts. I think what they actually do is the newspaper organisations if you like sneeze and say Madly I McCann, you sell some newspapers. And every now and then when it's quiet, or when they want to cover something over, or when they want you to look that way, they, oh, Madly I McCann, they've probably got a folder full of Madly I McCann bullshit. And every now and then they'll just put some out there. All the last year, in COVID, at one of the worst times, in England, one of the worst times when Boris Johnson did something really bad, like, he was like, you know, wanting us to look the other way. Then all of a sudden they found this bloke, and he was going to be this Stephen Bruckner, and he was going to be the new person that was going to be and it turned out not to be, and sorry it wasn't. But for a while there, it was all the news. Like, yeah. So I don't really dance with that. I mean, I know that she's dead, so taking the time releasing the DNA results. Who? The Nicola Bully? That autopsy's not happening. It's like, you know, they're waiting. Or like, whatever, the autopsy's done and the file is... The McCanns. They got... What happened was... I've got a full playlist about it here, look. Full playlist. The book they tried to ban, written by the lead detective. We review the interviews and the embedded confessions. We even look at the dogs. I should have actually made it a separate video, but we look at the cadaver dogs. We do the body language, and we have Steve in at the end of it all to have an overview from a forensic psychologist. Turns out the cadaver dogs did indicate at the site, at the flat, the cadaver dogs indicated for McCann... they indicated, and what a cadaver dog indicates for is blood, right? So they took a swab of this, what the dogs indicated, and then they sent it to the lab, and the lab came back and said it was 50% McCann... mother. It's either Kate or it's one of the kids. Like, DNA 99% sure it's that. It's like half female McCann DNA or whatever. Like, that came back, but they didn't say it's blood, they said it's fluid. And they're like, it's not a loophole, but it's the way the court system works in Portugal, is that the lab comes back and the lab is positive for DNA, and the lab can't say it's blood. The lab can only say it's positive DNA match for McCann. The dog thinks it's blood, right? But those two pieces aren't linked together as a, like, therefore it's blood. It's not that they found McCann blood, or Madeline's blood, or possibly Kate's blood. It's not that they found that in the... What they have to say is they found a DNA match of fluid, and then it's different. Then it doesn't sound so bad, does it? And so what ended up happening is, despite the cadaver dogs... the way that it was found, the spatter marks... it was indicative of somebody had been lying on there, like, it was like spattered behind the sofa and by the window, and it feels like Madeline potentially was lying on the floor, something had blocked her airway, some CPR compression had been done on her, and she'd coughed up, and this blood had then, like, spattered around in this pattern. That's the most forensically logical way that blood could have been in those places. And so it you know, the tests, the cadaver dog, the pattern, that all goes together, and I say the truth is that this is what happened. But because of the way it worked in Portugal and the way this and that, like, they never became, like, you know, they were arguidos for a bit, weren't they? But they never went to court or any of this. So now we've got, like, a test that came back that was positive for McCann fluid. It's like, what end result went in the file, you know, evidence against them. And it's not evidence against them, it's just like their fluid is in the flat, the end. But really, we know the truth now. Like, you know, we know it should have been taken a lot more seriously, and that should have been that should have been damning evidence. But instead it was sort of, you know, passed over in a way. Why is the story still unsolved? So you've got to think about the mechanisms and like, in Portugal, you've got the Portuguese police, and they're trying to solve the crime, and that's the head man that was on the case. In the end, he got took off the case, and he wrote a book about what he thought had happened and what he thought the crime. So in terms of solving the crime, we have solved the crime. He knows what he thinks happened. We know what we think's happened. In terms of them getting punished for it, that's not happened. Why didn't that happen is because initially it became like you had 1 or 2 days. I don't know what I'm going on about this now. You're asking me, so I'm telling you. Like, you might as well watch this. I'd sort of tell you about it in these videos, but I'll answer your question. I'll try and make it succinct. Is that in the early days it was a missing girl. Nobody knew what had happened. the McCann said, we've lost Madeleine. You know, the news, the camera flashes. Within about 2 days, it was literally without like 2 days, the British media had got onto it. The papers had sold overnight. The story had become big. And when we're talking about big story back then, it was a little bit before the social media and the internet and all that. It meant that they were selling lots of media. They were like sales, like, you know how we talk, like, you know, I'm on YouTube, yeah, and like I get a Nicola Bully thing. Let's go to my channel, lives. No, I do all my normal shit, yeah, and then I do a Nicola Bully one, and I get like 10 times the views. It's like that with the sales of newspapers, yeah. So they're doing their normal day-to-day media sales, and then all of a sudden they get 10 times the sales. That's 10 times the money. That's different from me with my little videos. That's like 10 times the media money. That's a lot of money. And so there's a lot of money all of a sudden on the table. Like a lot of money on the table. And the appetite that, like, they're trying to find stuff to put on the front of the paper to make you buy it. That's their job, you know, to make you buy the paper. Yeah. Nowadays they moan about YouTube and TikTokers. Yeah, because they can't sell papers because we're taking their views. Absolutely. But back then there wasn't so much of that. There wasn't anyone on their patch. Back then it was they would own the narrative. And so the papers that were big on it, the News of the World and that, like, they were looking for something to sell their papers. Madeleine happens. This is like a gift from heaven for them because they sell loads of papers and they've got an interest in keeping the story going. Let's keep looking for it. Let's make it a big thing. Let's do it. You know, they've got an interest in that, haven't they? And then so they send someone out there, not just a media reporter, but a media manager. The Daily Mail do the same. Lots of people then vie for the McCann's affection. Like, Madeleine's parents are not always looking for their daughter at these crucial days. What they're also doing is behind closed doors, they're in a room with a lawyer. They've got a media man from the Daily Mail who is now on their team. They're setting up a fighting fund of which the News of the World will donate a considerable amount of money. Like, there's these bigger things going on. Do you know what I mean? It's like business, but it's like dodgy. And what they want to do on the surface, they want to tell you on the public, we're looking to find our daughter. The best thing for the News of the World is they know that they're not going to find her. This story's never going to be solved because she's dead and she's in the water. So they sit down in the room with them and they say, listen, we could report that you've killed your daughter and we could probably find the evidence. So you'd better play along because we've got 3 reporters here and we've found XYZ and you're in the shit basically. Or we make XYZ go away. We don't talk about it. We say we need to find Madeleine and we do that all summer and we make a bundle. And like 20% of the Madeleine fund comes back to us. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. They're paying the lawyers. They're paying the media managers. They're paying these people. So all of a sudden, it's gone from, in literally a couple of days, they've gone from grieving the daughter that they accidentally killed and tried to cover up and are desperate to not get caught for, to being part of this great big international media team, like machine. And it just goes on then, doesn't it? There's interviews. There's meeting the Pope, there's going around the world. Because it's all media is about selling, media is about marketing. So the more the Madeleine McCann parents are seen and they're out, the more they can be photographed and marketed. So when they met the Pope, that sold a lot of papers that day, and they got to meet the Pope. It's like just an endless... In the end, they made millions off the Madeleine McCann fund. They switched their role to become directors, and they changed it from a charity to try and help find Madeleine to a fund for them to take and spend on their mortgage. And that's what happened. They took the money and spent it on their mortgage. So the police get paid, the reporters get paid, the papers get paid. Madeleine's never going to be found. Right, that's why. The government are recently paying more into the story. Yeah. Money laundering, I'm not so sure. Like, they don't need, the government's got an easy system of money laundering, which is that they take your tax money. That's already in the pot. That's already laundered. It's gone in. I don't know exactly why, but I think at the end, like we're towards the end of this Conservative government, it seems like they might not be that popular come the next general election. And so when they come to the end of that sort of cycle, what they do is they drain it for as much as possible. You've got that money tap, drain it for as much as possible. There's obviously someone somewhere along the line as part of that group that I just explained, you know, part of that team of people who've still got someone's ear and can still get the money tap pointed their way. Everyone's cloying for the money tap, aren't they? Ukraine, we are spending our tax money on bombs and stuff. I don't I want to help Ukrainians. I don't want them to die. I don't think, you know, Putin should be invading and all that. But at the same time, an endless war where we spend our tax money in the Ukraine, essentially more money's gone to the Ukraine to help them this year from our taxes and has left us in poverty ourselves. Like, the NHS is falling apart itself. So, like, I'm not sure that it's good, because the problem with it is that the people who make the money, like, the Ukrainians don't make that money. They have to take the bombs and fire the bombs. They have to take the rockets and fire the rockets. And the people that make the money are the people that make bombs and rockets and guns and, you know, David Cameron and his mates and British Aerospace and whoever makes, like, you know, missiles and whatever. Like, there's a lot of conservative people, you know, a lot of similar, you know, a lot of the old, like, conservatism and the Conservative Party, and the, you know, once you've been Boris Johnson for a bit and you've been in charge, afterwards you're still Boris Johnson, and you still, like, do you know what I mean? There's people that are in the background there that have been part of these bigger institutions that make these weapons and sell them abroad, and, you know, David Cameron and Tony Blair in Iraq and all that. I don't know necessarily about pharmaceutical companies being set up, but I certainly know about the minute, like, if you've got a friend in your and they're big in this weapons company, like, we're talking about people who make tanks, and, you know, we've got a good military, haven't we? We're good at the military. We build great planes and then we sell them to Saudi Arabia. Do you know what I mean? Like we build stuff and we sell it, and those people that run those companies are very rich and they're very conservative, and, like, you know, David Cameron's got a lot of shares, this, there, and the other. So, yeah, we were playing the game. I've come to the end of the game today. I'm not going to rant on I'm not going to rant on necessarily, but I've come to the end of playing the game today. Yeah, I've done my 3-hour stream on the game, and you asked me the questions and I'm answering them. So there you go. But yeah, I'm not going to rant on. They're the answers. It seems to me quite clear that they're the answers. Like, that's what's at play is market forces, financial market forces. It's a shame with Madly I McCann, because obviously she's a dead little girl, but when the money tap starts getting turned on, and that money tap went high up, you know, they managed to get into the government, didn't they, for that money tap? They managed to get the money hose plumbed in at the government level. So, like, when the money tap gets turned on, a lot of people think this world is being run by big, rich people who are at the top. And when you get big and rich and at the top, I think you become less concerned with running everyone else's life. I think that what happens is that somewhere midway up there's like the money tap, the public fund money tap that we've all agreed should go into the tax and all that. They're all fighting for it, aren't they? Point that my way. Let's have some money. Yeah. And whether a lot of people grabbing for a hose is the same as somebody at the top pointing the hose in different directions, I don't know, but it's fucked up that justice hasn't been brought for the little girl. Yeah. The problem is that once you're rowed at sea, which is obviously what happened to her eventually, is that there's going to be no evidence, and years down the line there's no evidence. The only way it will happen, and there's still potential, is that it's very unlikely that over the whole of their lives, Kate and Jerry will see eye to eye and be on the same team over this. And in most murders, statistically, this is not... It's not a lot of murders, is there? It's not like a common theme murder. Maybe it is. She was buried at sea. Well, first of all, they hid her in the church, I think, and then they moved her later. And yeah, once you're in the sea, you're there for 2 weeks and you're gone. Like, bones and all. Do you know what I mean? Crustacea in the sea, they just turn you into nothing. So I think for a couple of... Immediately, they had to just get her off the campus, so to speak, because they'd been visiting that church and had got a little, you know, understanding of the location. And because also, if you put a dead body in a crypt and the cadaver dog signalled at the crypt, you might get away with it. You might think, well, there's dead bodies in there, so I'll put my dead body in there. Like, you're a church-going doctor, and you think very clinically about, you know, once they're dead, they're not my daughter anymore. They're just like a dead body. You know, they're like a corpse. They're a cadaver. So where would that go? It can go in the cold storage. It can go in the morgue. Well, in the church, they've got like a crypt thing sign in there, maybe. Her dad did it, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, her dad did all that. Her mum killed her, I think, was in the flat when she died, maybe to say. I think it was an accident, and then her dad went into sort of panic. Her dad went into what's the word? Like, fix it mode. Took control, and he said to his wife, "Listen, she's dead, but this is what's happened. You believe in God, don't you? Right, well, she's up in heaven now with God. It was not your fault, but if you don't go with this idea that I've got, then you're going to lose the other children, because they've got 2 other children. So you don't want to lose the other children. We're going to have to cover it up, because if we say that you killed her, that's the end. So what we're going to do is, it's between you and me. I'm not going to grass you up. We're going to hide it, and we're going to get through this together. And God did it, so just trust in God. And then when the money started to come in, he's turned to her and said, look, this is God's this is Madeline's present from heaven. You're a millionaire now, so enjoy it. How'd you accidentally kill your child? I believe they may have drugged her because she was cantankerous. She was not easy to deal with. They obviously wanted to be down there eating dinner and drinking. So belligerently, they possibly either shut her in a room that she tried to get out of and tried to escape and has ended up coming to some, fallen off something or banged her head something or whatever. Or they might have given her some sort of mild sedative, quite mild sedative. My parents gave me cough medicine. A lot of parents have given them something at some point to maybe calm them down. Like maybe some sort of mild sedative, and it can be the case that you can have a not so mild reaction. Maybe it was something that she'd used before. Maybe Madeline was either sedated and confused when she got up and stuff like that. But I just don't buy that somebody's gone in there and taken her. I simply don't buy it. So I believe that you got to consistently, if that's not what's happened, much like the Nicola Bulley thing. A Nicola Bulley's the same, really. Everyone's going right, she's been kidnapped, and where did the kidnapper come from, and how did they get in the window, and how did they though? That's one option. It's not all the options. It's one option. Everyone goes from that as if it's like ground zero is she's been kidnapped. Not ground zero is she's disappeared. What other ways could she disappear? She could have walked off, but I don't think she did. So I think accidentally she come to some sort of, maybe she's sedated, she stopped breathing. Sedated, maybe she choked on her own vomit or something, and then they've tried to resuscitate her. It's not worked, and they've gone into cleanup mode. I don't think the bullshit, completely fictional thing. I don't buy that line, because you'd have to invent so much stuff, and you'd have to have so many people in on the invention, and that gets like Truman Show to the point where, when do they get a day off? Who's going to give their life up to live a life for the rest of their life so that you can put it in the news? I just don't buy it. And the idea that the Conservative Party or the powers that be are able to construct such psychological manipulation on that grand scale, and yet Boris Johnson can't even cover up his own parties. Come on. I think they're not that sophisticated. I think they'd fuck it up and you'd find out, very easily. I don't think that's the agenda. I don't think that's the way this works. I think what happens is something happens, and then the media and the politics get onto it and try and twist it their way. Try and twist it. Try and show you what they want to show you and twist it. The immediate moment it happens. I also think things like terrorism, okay, you've got MI5 working within a terrorist cell, and they're part of the team that are making the bombs, and those people that are in your MI5 crew are actually sourced from these areas where young men get radicalised from, because they need to be able to fit in. They need to be of the same people. So at some point you're really blurring the lines. The lines are really blurred, and if you want the people to be afraid, you'd rather blow up a bus. You might let that go on. You might even be able to say to somebody, set off this domino. I believe in that. We're collateral damage. We're just nobodies to them. We're just numbers, aren't we? Let the people die. Doesn't matter to them. They go to war, they blow people up, whatever. So I understand those concepts about psyops, and only until recently did a politician ever. Recently, a politician got stabbed, and that one made me question and wonder. Because before then, they've always been buffered by the general public, and it's always been the general public that take the brunt of these terrorist acts, and that makes me think that they're not actually terrorists going to try and strike terror, because the leaders are not scared. Because how many people die in a car accident every day? And how many people died on that bus that blew up? Well, fuck it, I don't think they care. But we, the normal people, have to care. So I do understand these concepts, and who brought down the Twin Towers and who's paying who behind the backstages and stuff like that. I understand these concepts, but I think in the UK we don't require, you don't need to create someone like Nicola Bulley and try and pretend that she's dead and all this in order to achieve that aim. In fact, I think it's achieved differently and better in different ways, and I think the extreme of it, imagine how are you going to recruit these people even to do this? How are you going to recruit them? Like, you need like an extensive network, and they all need to live there, and they need to be known in the community, and then you put your plan into operation. So it's like a 10-year plan, 20-year plan. Like, you know, it starts before Paul and Nicola have children, maybe. Like, or Nicola didn't exist, and the children are who's somebody else's children. So how are the children then? Are they from care? And like, you know, if they're from care, there's no record of them, or there is a record of them. And then you're trusting those children. You're literally trusting those children to never say anything their whole life about this weird shit that went on. Like, why are they complicit? Why would they? Like, everyone has to be completely complicit the whole time. That's the problem I've got with that. You think there's another pandemic planned? Well, the problem is with that, right, is there will be more pandemics. Like, there were lots of pandemics before. We had SARS, we had MERS, we had swine flu, we had bird flu. Like, it's not that there's another one planned, it's that there's another one expected. It's naive to think there wouldn't be. So we are planning for another pandemic, like we should do. Like, we've had loads before. We were lucky that they never got to us. So I don't believe that. I think messages get confused and ideas get confused in that way. Certainly the drug companies are looking forward to the next pandemic because they've set themselves up in a position where pandemics happen. They can see like, if you want to make money and you make drugs, you look at the world and you say, well, look what's been going on with the Ebola virus and the Zika virus, and look how close we've come to this entering into Western communities. So if we set ourselves up with a little vaccine or a little drug here and there, and then it kicks off, we're going to make loads of money. And they're rubbing their hands and they're loving it. Like, those PPE contracts and all that, they were loving it. It didn't mean that there wasn't a disease that was dangerous. It just meant that people were willing to hijack it for their own grubby ends, which was a shame. How far did it go? I believe, okay, and people can, you know, we're on Twitch here just talking. I don't care. But I believe that the Americans released the coronavirus into the wild. Why do I believe that? Because if you go back to August 2019? Yeah, 2019. New Yorker, Trump, China hack. Like, back then, I remember reading in the New Yorker about Donald Trump and China. Like, what happened was that America was massively cyber hacked. Maybe China. Do you remember this? I don't know if people remember it. Like, there was a really big cyber attack in America. It happened just before COVID, right? So what's happened? Like, this is not contested. This is a fact. There was a huge cyber attack in America. Yeah, not contested. Fact. And so Donald Trump was the president. He was having a difficult time in August. I can't find the exact article that I was reading, but it was in the New Yorker. Anyway, massive cyber attack. You're Donald Trump and you're the president. So you're in the office, right? And you're in there with, you remember on the media. I need to get myself a drink if I'm going to keep talking. I've run out of juice. Just give me a sec. That might be enough to wet the whistle. So you're in the room and you're in there with the generals now, with the you know, I've got my American flag on, you know, with the medals, the top brass, the defence team, international cyber defence, cyber attack. You're in there with the defence team. So you're Donald Trump. I want you to picture that, Donald Trump in that defence room. So he's on the, you know, we think it's China, sir. What sort of stuff are they, you know, they're all concerned with the data and the this and the that, the leak and the, you know, Donald's interested in that, but what do you think his what do you think he wants to do? You know, what do you think his interest is in that situation? It's like, how do we attack China? What do we do back? Like, you know what Donald Trump's like? You should be in jail. Like, he's going to ask that question. If I was the president of America, I would ask that question. How do we respond? How do we respond is the question, isn't it? How do we defend ourselves? How do we protect against the leaks? What are the IT guys doing and all that? Boring, yeah. How are the IT guys covering the data and what kind of encryption? Boring. How do we hit back? Fun. President. This is my moment. Right? So Like, it's all paying China for PPE. Yeah. It's all about economy destabilization, isn't it? The cyber attack. It's about economy destabilization. They're not trying to blow things up and make people hurt, damaged. They're trying to get in and mess about, aren't they? Like data, information. It's about economy destabilization. And Trump in that time in 2019 was being critiqued for his handling of the economy. So anyway, in these dossiers in front of, like, one of them is the nuclear button. You can press the nuclear button, Donald, and he's going to, oh, can I press the nuclear button? And the generals, what do you think the generals are going to say to that? They're going to say, fuck no. Don't press the nuclear button. We don't want to be in a huge nuclear war. And anyway, you can't prove it was China that did the cyber attacks. You can't prove it. They'll prove that we pressed the button. Everyone will see it's our rockets. Everyone will know it's us. Okay, so what options have you got then where no one knows it's us? Yeah? No one knows it's us. This is Donald saying this. You'd imagine it, wouldn't you? Donald says, no one has to know it's us, but I want to attack them. And, you know, I want it to be like up there with the nuclear button. I want it to be like an important big thing. No one knows it's us. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? So, well, Donald, we've got this lab in Wuhan being run by Anthony Fauci. Lots of money's going into the coronavirus study there. They've got a dangerous virus there. It's in Wuhan already, Donald. Just got to get the dog. Dogs are all out the back barking. Oosh. So yeah, exactly why he took the piss about injecting bleach. And I think what Donald Trump did was he had this folder where it said, we've got coronavirus, we've got it in the lab in Wuhan, and this is what we think about the virus, this is how far it will reach. And then I think in that folder it also said ivermectin will be good against the antiviral, we've tested it. You know, I think there's going to be all sorts in that folder about how to deal with the coronavirus outbreak, whether, you know, probably the vaccines thing as well. Give them a nod on the vaccines. Give them a heads up on the vaccines. You're going to get your mRNA money. You know, ooh, money can be made here. Ooh, you know, there's lots of ideas that go on in that head, isn't there? And then all you have to do to make it happen is you just have to say, right, Secret Service agent XYZ, take the top off that and leave it out in Wuhan. Job done. And I think they did it. I think he did it. I'm not. This isn't like a conspiracy. This is like a. Like, this conversation had to be had. If you've been cyber attacked, then you and the defense team have got to discuss how you either defend or retaliate. Like, what are the options on the table? And this option would have been on the table. I think that's fair enough. I think no one can say that wasn't the case. There were lots of other options on the table, like nuclear button and all sorts, but this option would have been on the table. Like, it must have been. And then biological warfare exists. Like, we know it exists. So I think they would have expected, though, that it wouldn't have got to us and that it wouldn't have done so much damage in our world. And I think that was why Donald Trump was especially flippant about it, because I think he thought that it was a I thought he thinks it was going to slow China down, but then it wouldn't, like MERS and like the other ones didn't reach all the way over here. They got as far as like Russia and Asia and didn't come as far. So I think he thought it wouldn't make it over here. But I think they underestimated that. And yeah, it's not following the narrative. What it is, tell you what it is following though. It is following the narrative in a way. What it's following is the truth that I can see. Like, I'm not making this up. Like, there was a massive cyber attack against America. I'm not making it up. Fauci and the money, that was who put the Wuhan lab together. They were doing the experiments, what they were doing was they were capturing bats from the wild and then keeping them captive and having the virus breed and crossbreed and crossbreed and breed until they get a strain that can jump and can, you know, infect humans, and then they get that up in a bottle. Like, that's what they were doing. So, like, you know, I didn't make that up. That's what happened. And then I saw the behaviour of Trump afterwards and the rest of the world, you know. The other option is that, because we know it came from Wuhan, we know that. It's not like, oh no, I made that up. So the other option is that it came from a wet market. It was in animals already, like I just described, crossing over, and it just happened, unluckily, to spread to somebody, you know. And at the same time, in the lab in Wuhan, they've got it under control and it didn't leak out. Yeah, okay, it could happen. Like, it's very unlikely, but it could. but the next pandemic, I think, is less likely to be human created and politically motivated. I just think it happens anyway, though. I think it happens anyway. You think it happens from somewhere else. Yeah. And I'll tell you what as well, if it does, like, what can we do about that? Like, fucking nothing, so... I don't go as far as being, like, ruled by conspiracy and worried about it all day and night. Like, the main thing we need to sort out in our country is we need to get the Blues out. The Reds aren't even any better than the Blues. They are in our country. It's reversed in America. It's Blues and Reds are reversed. But in our country, the Conservatives are blue. They need to go. They're taking all your tax money and spending it on their curtains. And even if the Labour Party aren't as good and aren't as, oh, no, it's still just as bad. Even if, they will at least fund the fucking NHS. So, Charles being king, not the biggest... Again, like... Imagine all the social housing money that we spend in a year, yeah? I know that, like, Charles gets a bit more than other people, but he gets a house on us. Like, I'm not angry about that. I wish everyone had a lovely house on us. I wish they all did. So, I don't need to stop him being king necessarily, but what I do need is for everyone else to be, you know, dealt with fairly. Like, the housing market, the housing list, all that business, you know. I need there to be some more fairness in that. And the other hand is, if you let Boris and the blue people and all them chuffers go on, they don't care. You're collateral to them. Like, your tax money is to be gathered up and consumed. So I don't care if Labour do a worse job and people still think it's this and that. I just think out of the two options, you know, you've got to choose that. You've got to like, people got coerced through nationalism. They even want you to be into these conspiracy theories. Conservative Party would like you to be conspiracy minded, because like, people who thought, imagine this, people thought they were against the agenda, against the mainstream. They were anti-establishment, and so they voted for Donald Trump and the Republican Party because they're anti-establishment. They voted for the establishment, the most establishment one. Yeah, Charles doesn't do much, like, but it, like, Charles isn't stealing your money. He's like not actively scheming to steal your money. He's just born into a lucky position. Whereas there are people out there that are actively scheming to steal your money. I'll tell you who's big on the scheming and stealing: crime commissioners. Like, what kind of a job is that? Extra job on top, just for some money. A lot of the MPs that are in it for the wrong reasons. And you've got the business improvement district in your local city taking a tax off the businesses so that they can have themselves a job. Like, there's a lot of middle management that shouldn't need to exist. They just have a job, skimming off the top. There's a lot of tax money going into projects that end up closed after 2 years. There's a lot of shops that are empty, but then they'll get somebody take them over and then they'll be empty again, and then they'll take them over and then they're empty again. And then Boris Johnson's arranged so that he can sell them and make them houses now, so you lose your high street, because Boris Johnson's mates are going to turn them into houses and rent them out to people. So, like, there's people that are stealing our money. Like, Charles isn't doing all that. He was friends with Jimmy Savile. Like, Jimmy Savile met a lot of people and was, like, involved in a lot of lives and tried to get close to power. So I don't think Prince Charles sought out a paedophile to be friends with. I think Jimmy Savile sought out Prince Charles. And so you have these, like, you know, photo opportunities where they're together. And Jimmy Savile, in his infinite wisdom, created as many opportunities to be close to Charles as possible. And Charles, in his infinite naivety, I suppose, just saw him as an entertainer like most people did, and entertained and was entertained by him. I don't think personally that they were in some sort of like secret pedo ring. But yeah, like, I don't think Charles was the best person in the world, but I don't think he's the bad chuffer. Just don't think he's my big enemy. Like, you know, I think over the last, it seems like since I've been alive, it's been really obvious who the bad chuffers are, and people keep voting them in. I don't understand it, but like, over the last 10 or 15 years, it seems really obvious. Like, people were angry and concerned about the vaccine instead of angry and concerned about Boris Johnson and his mates stealing all that money. Do you remember when we were on furlough? And like, do you know the amounts of money? Like, the amounts of money. And then when the banks went under, do you remember before that, the banks went under, and they bailed out all the banks. They bailed out all the banks. Like, furlough was you know, furlough was good for some people, important for some people, but a lot of people just like put in great big fake invoices and just took loads of fucking money because they're friends with the Conservative Party and they run big. The other one is we're going to control the borders and the immigration. And what's actually happening is they're putting those people into hotels, and then like their friends who own hotels are making loads of money off season because their hotel business was dying. But now they've got them packed full of immigrants, so they're happy. You know, it's easy for them sometimes when they want to funnel all the money away, isn't it? I'm doing this on a Genshin Impact episode. This doesn't really belong here, but at the same time, I'm answering your questions and having a chat to you, so that's fine. But I'll tell you what, I don't bring this to YouTube either now. I don't want to moan on about this. It seems to me to be quite obvious. Like I've got my ideas, like, but not everyone agrees, not everyone cares, and no one really wants to hear me rant on about it. And you don't even get a choice these days. You haven't got a choice now. Like, it doesn't matter what you think about politics. Politics has been decided for the next 5 years. People voted that way. Look, where I live, Nadim Zahawi's been reselected as the despite committing tax fraud, he's been reselected by the Tory party because he's actually good because of what he's done. Like, he's the biggest shit and they like shits. Shits is the way to go for them. You haven't got a choice. I haven't got a choice. For me, he's going to be my MP next time round because the shits and the people around here are going to vote for him. Like, I haven't got a choice. So it's not much point in banging my head against that brick wall, is it? You know, he's going to get really rich off the politics game, and if you want to play the politics game, then you got to be in it. You got to win it. You know, you got to get really rich. Richness, being really rich, that's a good start point for the politics game. Being really rich, like he got quite rich making money doing Teletubby toys, but since we learned about all the different things that he did that were immoral, publicly learned about the immoral things he did, it makes me wonder about what he did behind the scenes to make him really rich. Yeah, they should all be jailed. Our country would be much better off if over the last 10 years they haven't stolen all the tax money. Anyway, that's my rant. There's no need for me to rant any further about that. Madly I'm a Cam playlist there for you. Lots of me talking on that. Back tomorrow with Dust. And then back on Tuesday or Wednesday. I like to take Tuesday off, but should really be on it, really. Doing Emma White, Red Flags, more Volume 4, whatever it is. We've got about 3 more videos of hers that have cropped up that I haven't seen. So they're on the list. We've got 2 more minutes of her video that we didn't finish from that one. That's on the list. And then once we've exhausted Emma White, not that you can. Once you've exhausted Emma White, then we've got other people and other kinds of body language to look into. I'm sure other things will come up as well. I've got lots of ideas for future content. I don't even get the time to play the games that I want to play. You know, I don't even get the time to do that, really. I sit here, rant about it. Shouldn't really rant about it because, like I said, this is a Genshin Impact episode, and on the channel's Genshin Impact channel, we're now getting up to 100 subscribers on that. I know people are actually turning up a little bit, 20s, 30s. You know, back to, I know how it goes. You're on your 10s, 20s, and 30s, and then you keep pushing, and then you might make a little jump, and you might get up to the hundreds, and then you keep pushing, and you might get a little formula going. Like what the difference is here is that I start doing edits, or I start doing little shorts, and then you're onto your thousands, and then you're a Genshin Impact streamer. Way, except I'm not, so it just is what it is. But this episode particularly will sit strangely amongst all of this Genshin Impact content now, because I've gone on and on about fucking politics and crime and stuff like that. But it's a good example of the sort of nonsense you can get. Not the politics. There's no point in talking the politics. I don't want to shut people off. But the interesting stuff we got on the main channel. Do I still think Paul did a murder? Yeah. Although I'm scared that it was drug people. If it was drug people, then like they might have taken Nicola. Like, we've got your wife. Pay us this money that you owe us, or whatever. Or, you know, someone's done something and they've got to pay, so their wife's going to have to go. You know, something like that. And if that's the case, then Paul and Emma don't want to tell anyone because they're involved and they're scared that everyone else is going to get hurt. So drug share insofar as it's a little area by a river that you can, if you're bringing drugs in to the country, you could be bringing them in there, and there could be big quantities of drugs, like kilos of cocaine going through there. There could be drug gangs using certain aspects of traffic. Right, they could be controlling certain aspects of traffic, and then they might want local people to be involved as their, people to ship them through. Anyway, I mean, I'm not an expert on where the drug gangs are located exactly, but yeah, I'm not even going to name the names of the. I can probably name generally, like, there's Albanians, they're big. There's big. There used to be big, different drug gangs in, like, Liverpool's an example. There used to be like maybe one or two big different drug gangs running Liverpool, and they all got pushed out by the Albanians, and now it's one big drug gang running the whole area. So I'm guessing, like, it's a big organised crime thing. That's for sure about the drug operation in our country. That's a normal thing everyone knows, yeah? I don't know if it's going on exactly there, and I don't know if Nicola is Kapitagad in Albanian Bay. I don't know if Nicola is a victim of that. I'm not saying I know that. What I'm saying is that who's, like, got the capability of murdering someone? It's not a suicide. It's just not a suicide. If it was, she'd have been in that water, they'd have found her. So who could murder someone? Well, it could be a partner. I mean, it's unlikely to be her kids, isn't it? It's unlikely to be like a, who could have done that? And then Emma and Paul mentioned torture a couple of times when they're talking in their language. I could think of it like that. And like I said, that would give Paul a reason to be fearful, to cover it up, to be scared, to be checking. If the police are involved, yeah, like at some juncture when you get high up enough in organised crime like this, they would have like, you're not running an organised drug gang that's bringing in drugs into the country and not going to the police and having a person in the police, are you? Like, you're not just like, ignoring the police. You're aware of them and stuff like that. So I hope it's not that. I'll tell you why. Because if it is that, and I find that out and uncover it, they'll kill me. So I don't want to be killed, and I'd rather they could pay me and I'll just take the videos down. Because those sort of people don't fuck about. So we'd have to get Paul to take the fall. But the other issue with that is, like, if it was that, then they wouldn't want to kill her, because then the police are going to be on it and everyone's going to be on it. They'd rather leave a message. But how would they give her back, and what would she say? So maybe they had to kill her. It seems strange. It's not the most common thing to do. It's more likely they would have, like, if Paul was the problem, Paul's the person that they were going to go for. They less likely, I'd feel, to go for his missus, to attack the family and the kids first. Less likely. And then also Paul would have had to give them a lot of money. Like, it wouldn't be good enough that just they killed Nicola, so job done. You still have to give them a lot of money, and you would have to sell the house, or you'd have to sell your car. Initially you would sell anything you could, and you'd get any money together you could, wouldn't you? And try and hand it over to prevent them from killing her. So it would seem that he hasn't done that, and that would be really weird, wouldn't it? Like, if someone's taken your missus, and then, oh, give us the money or whatever, or whatever, we've got her, and then you do nothing, and then she just gets killed. That seems bad. Mason involvement, I'm not deep into enough to that to believe in that really myself, but again, it's like the big psyops thing, right? MI5 have a network, and in their network, right, this is something that needs to be understood. I mean, I'm just talking to you, and I'm ruining my episode of Genshin Impact for the future. I need to just say it, though. You've asked it, and I need to say it. I'd like to say it to the wider audience, but when you start talking about it on the big platform, everyone gets eggy and you have all different conversations. But this is my belief, right? The MI5 work because I can show you examples as well. I need to do a special episode on it. There's a particular TV program that was really good about it. The MI5 work because you've got a series of networks and they're disconnected. Nobody knows who anyone is. On the ground, you are recruited. You do you're recruited by a small, like, you see a sign or an advert maybe, or you are individual, like you're brought in maybe under the wing of a different agent, which I'll come to in a bit, but you're recruited initially. You go through training to be a proper agent. There are levels. There are people they use there are actual agents, and there are people that are like from the high elite, you know, public schools who don't actually go out and get their hands dirty, but run operations from like a desk and stuff like that, right? I know they're different, yeah, but get what I'm saying, right? The MI5 work, simply, the way they work is you recruit these people, they go through their training, they change their identity, so to speak, they're given a different name, they assimilate into a different society, and they report back, and you report back in secret. So when you're eventually, like the people you meet on your training are like the people you train with, like 6 people, 10 people. You see 2 people that are your like higher ups, and that's about it. Like, you don't know anyone else. You report in a chain of command, and you report back to the person who's running you as the higher up agent, yeah? And then part of your ongoing work is to acquire useful people. So you might have 2 or 3 people within your own network. They're not agents, they're not being paid for by MI5 or anything, but they're within your network, yeah? You can leverage them to do things for you. Maybe they've committed a crime with you or something. So this whole network goes on. There's lots of little sleeper cells and pockets and all this. At the higher end, you can mobilize things. You can say, let's do this. Let's go this way. Let's do that. No, the game was finished for today. I've done 3 hours on the game. I was just going to turn off, but instead of turning off, we're chatting. That's all. The thing about so you got this network. Yeah, you understand that it's like a tree with all different branches and leaves, where none of the individual leaves know anyone else. Nobody knows anyone else. No one's really deeply connected. They're all disconnected. Yeah, I'm always like this. Yeah, you're right, capital K. So that works because they're all disconnected and nobody knows anyone. Yeah, it works because of it. Like, it's like with the mafia as well. Like, when you get down to it, they're all little splinter cells and little pockets. It's not like one big Don says, this is how it's all going to happen this month, and everyone does what I say. They're all little individual, like, you know, there's a hierarchy and you're disconnected. The problem with the PSYOP thing and the Masons is in that there's a bit of a hierarchy, yeah, but they're all connected. They all know each other. Everyone's seen each other's faces. They're photographed, like they're recorded. For lies to happen and for it to go under the table and undercover, like, everyone needs to be complicit. Everyone needs to be complicit, and it makes everyone complicit in the crimes. So the whole house of cards would fall down if one person turned around and said, I've been a Mason for 20 years and I've got footage of us doing these crimes. Like, the whole Masons thing is over. Yeah. Oh, they can't do it, of course, because the Masons would kill them. Oh, they wouldn't do it, of course, because they want to be a Mason. Somebody's going to do it. Like, one person's going to get eggy because they didn't get voted in to be head Mason, and then they're going to bring the whole house of cards down. Like, the reason the other PSYOPs work and the reason the MI5 stuff works is because one person could do a whistleblow. I'm an MI5 agent. Oh, really, are you? Who's your boss? Oh, I don't know them by name. I just know that I can give them a message through this system. Can you really, or are you a nutter? Let's get you away in prison or away in the nutter's house, and you can just go away. Like, you know, you can't whistleblow in the MI5 because there's no whistle to blow. You don't know anyone. Whereas with this other stuff, the Masons or the PSYOPs, you know everyone. Everyone knows everyone. You've all been in that room with the ritual or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've all, like, on Twitter today, someone, Masonic involvement, someone tweeted me a picture of some Masons. Here, look, picture of some Masons. But they're all pictured, they're all photographed, and it's on Twitter. So that's it fucked then, isn't it? Because they're all pictured, they're all photographed, it's on Twitter. So it can't be like a clandestine PSYOP if we can find your photograph on Twitter. Because, like, and all these people have seen your face and they all know each other. So, like, all it takes is one of them to say, you know, something, and then it's done. You're JB? You're JB? No. That's weird. Maybe that's why we're talking about it. No, I'm not dissing you, am I? I think we're okay. We're talking. I don't know if he actually looks like the man in the photos. And with this particular issue here, this particular issue that we're talking about then, is this thing, isn't it? I don't know about this as well, you see. I think this is... I haven't come to any real strong conclusion, but I see what is being said, but I don't know if I agree with it. I don't know if that man is that man. You know, I don't know if I agree with that to start with. They look similar, but not the same. I'm saying I don't think they're the same. I think they look similar, but not the same. So I don't agree with that. The other thing I don't know about is, was he in the woods with the shovel? Has that been proven? Who knows? I haven't got any proof of that. Like, it seems like a very tenuous and loose connection. So if we're not sure about where this has come from, where that picture's come from, we're not sure about where that picture's come from. Look how pixelated it is, for Christ's sake. And I don't know who that is and all that. You know, maybe we could get the facts down first before we start jumping to some conclusions. And then the problem here is, if that is that guy who's digging in the woods, why would you photograph him for your... Like, this is like laying the evidence out. And they'll be, oh, because it's a psyop, and they lay the evidence out and they let you see it and this and that. No, like... And as soon as he comes up, like, let's say, for example, this is all true, right? And now people have got their eyes on him. And let's say it goes one step further, and the general public, the word gets out on social media, and we all believe it's him, yeah? And he's now under the suspicion. Like, what's to stop him just turning around and saying, it was me, I did, and they are, and it has been. Like, why does no one ever do that? Why does no one ever... You're right, Mark. Why does no one ever go for a full-on, you know, just reveal? The problem is, to me, there's too many of them as well. They've all seen him and they've all been part, like, you know, why is he out there in the day with his shovel? Why isn't he doing it at night time? Like, how are they so bad at this psyop that they're getting photos? I don't buy it necessarily. I think tenuous links and, you know, the things I go on are the things that I see being said in the interviews, the truth that was brought up from the river searches. The problem I've got with these other wider things is I think it becomes like I said, like a big flimsy house of cards. And from what I've seen of, like, I've seen lots of different, I've worked in roofing, I've worked in kitchens, I've worked in hairdressing. There is not a week that goes by where someone doesn't fuck something up. There is not, like, in politics, Boris Johnson and his curtains and his horsey wife and his fucking... There's not a week that goes... Like, he lost his job because he was committing crimes. Like, there's not a week that goes by people don't fuck things up. The only way you can get things done on this big scale with, like, MI5 and stuff is being so hardcore that you don't even know people's names, and if you fuck about, you get murdered. So, like... I can't see that they're all in there with their aprons and their dinners and they're, you know, jerking each other off under the desks and business deals and having... They're not the smartest people in the world, all those people in that Mason's room. For a start, you're paying £200 a year just to be in the club. Like, I think it's more of a dinner club than a murder club. And I think if the word murder got around, there'd be one or two there that would pussy out and grass everyone up. I mean, if you've ever been to school and something's been going around, like, there's always somebody that grasses someone up and fucks it up. I'm not, like, it's too much for me. To believe that is almost the same as to believe, like, some of the other, like, you know, you say question the narrative, and, like, the reason I'm here looking at this is because I question the mainstream. To believe this is almost the same as, in my opinion, to believe the mainstream. It's like the mainstream alternate ghost, ghoul, it's like, if you don't believe the mainstream, here's what we've got for you. Like, here's your alternate mainstream. And then, like, wouldn't you do that if you were the mainstream? Wouldn't you present a different narrative that those who question the narrative can get right into and really get enjoying? And, you know, probably point the finger at some innocuous boys club. There are a load of geeks that you don't like even. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not. But yeah, I'll stick to my wheelhouse of what I can see and know, really, I guess. I used to get a bit more deep on shit like that, but... Like I said, I just don't think it's... You know, I don't go full Kanye West on it anymore. I don't think it's even likely. The security thing is a worry for me, because usually security companies are drug related. I'll just say... I mean, I don't know why I'm saying this on the internet. It's going to get me killed, isn't it? But, like, you know, who runs a security company? Well, first of all, you have to be the biggest, strongest chuffers, don't you? Because if there's another gang of strong chuffers out there, they're going to run you out of security town. You know, if you're running the door and your tough chuffers are not the biggest, strongest chuffers, the drug dealers are, they're going to run you out. and quite often the drug dealers end up working the door. So it worries me that there's some connection with that sort of feel to that. But I don't know who's in charge of the security. I don't know that St. Michael's has security even. Like, I've lived in a village that didn't have security. Running a security firm is one thing. Being in charge of security in St. Michael's is a jump. And I don't know, I've never seen any evidence of anyone running a security firm. Like, not proper evidence. You know, I've not seen any. And it might simply be that if you run a security firm and you live in St. Michael's and this goes on, you think, fucking brilliant, this is my chance to cash in. I'm going to tell them they need security. And they do. So they're going to hire me, and then it looks bad. But, you know, it might just be someone jumped up to suckle at the money teat again. It might not be that there's a long, like, oh, I've got this big scam, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure we get everyone to believe a woman was murdered, and then I'm going to get some money off my security company. And I don't want anyone to know it's me, because obviously it's going to look bad for the scam, but obviously I will still get my company involved because I want the money. That's stupid. They wouldn't put, if it was a proper, they wouldn't have a Freemason running a security firm involved, would they? They'd hide it and cover it, and you wouldn't know about it. And in fact, they wouldn't even do it because it would be a security risk. I don't know, you know, but he's friends with Paul. But, you know, was Ian, is that fact? Or is that a conjecture that you maybe believe because you've seen a couple of funny pictures on the internet? And I don't believe pictures on the internet necessarily. You know, you can doctor a picture on the internet. We all know that. I need a bit more facts before I jump into bed with that. You know, I just can't just say, oh yeah, definitely that then. You know, it's a narrative that you can construct and question every narrative. So can question that narrative as well before you go ahead and believe it, I would say. And that's my problem, is I'm happy to go along and construct those narratives, and I'm like, yeah, oh, it could be this, and yeah, it could be that. But the problem is that it begins to be as fantastic as the other shit that I don't believe. Like the mainstream narrative that they want us to believe, you know, the bullshit. It begins to be, you know, my believing my own bullshit. And then when I question it, there's a lot of questions that can come up. And I need to have these answered until I can believe it. And if I can't have them answered, I can't believe it. Sorry. You know, it seems like fair enough that does, doesn't it? But if it turns out to be, then you've got connections, then you've got problems, you know. And again, I'm more likely to believe in real world connections and problems like drug dealing or, you know, crime than fantastic things like the political powers that be want to corrupt and manipulate you. So instead of using an advertising campaign, they've faked a murder. With the long-term aim being that you have a chip put in you to control you, which this doesn't really achieve that aim, and is, if anything, not achieving it at all, is going away for a bit. Will come out again when the autopsy happens, but I don't see many people on the street saying, you know what, that Nicola Bulley thing started to sway my opinion, RE having a chip put in me. I just think it's ridiculous. It doesn't achieve anything other than to sell a few papers in the long term. Other ideas about her needing to be bumped off and murdered and all this, you know, possibly. But then, you know, why do we need a big conspiracy for that? Like, can't somebody just be bumped off and murdered? Everyone wants to, like, you know, find this deeper extra layer, and maybe there isn't that deep an extra layer. You know what I mean? Like, everyone wants there to be these really, you know, interesting deeper links, but maybe it's just that rich people are greedy and grub the money. Her dad's, again, I don't know if her dad had a haulage company. You know, I don't know anything about that. And I wouldn't expect it has anything to do with anything. Again, because if it's drug dealing and that's the case, then she would have to be, like, she's not involved in her dad's company for a start on a day-to-day basis. He would have to decide to become a drug haulage courier or something, and he would have to say to his daughter, you know, I've been your dad all these years, but now I'd like to become a criminal enterprise, and I think I need you to help me, and it's risky and all this, but we'll all be in on it. I'll tell your mum as well. You know, it's just not the sort of shit that, you know, illegal migrants, wrong part of the world really, but like, if you're doing these crimes, again, you're doing them quietly and on your own, or as part of a bigger network that speaks down to you. You're not involving your family and your friends. Like, and would you, like, if somebody you know, like, did a Paul Ansel or a Nicola Bully, and someone tried to rope you into a psyop? Like, imagine that. You've got to go down the local pub, yeah? You've got to go down the local pub, and you've got to rope everyone into the psyop. They've all got to be in on it. No one person might fuck up and mention something and drop the ball, and then you're all in on it. No, like, everyone's got to be tight, and everyone's got to do their jobs and be switched on. It's not going to happen, is it? Like, even if you're doing something normal, like drug dealing or like shipping migrants or, you know, something known, like, most of these crimes, someone like fucks up. And that's why we think Paul did it, is because like, it seems like a much more simple and normal way of looking at it. You know? No, like, no one, you couldn't trust the whole group, could you? You couldn't trust the whole group. Not in any, it doesn't matter what you do. If you're playing football, somebody like Steven Gerrard slipped over and Jemba Bar got through and scored, didn't he? Like, there's no way of ensuring that 100% success rate. So with the fact that there will be a failure, like, you're a human team, there will be a failing. Like, things will show themselves. Depends how much they're paid. And there you go then. So you think I'm going to go down my local boozer and offer people thousands of pounds? And like, they're going to give up their entire lives for a few thousand. How much do you need now? How much do you need to become part of a psyop? And then what are you going to do with the money? Because you can't go and spend it because you've got to live this weird fake life all the rest of your life. You be found out. Like, what? Local MP and security service might too. I don't think they would. I don't think they would. Even MPs. MPs have a very short shelf life as an MP. You're an MP for a bit, and then after that, you sit in the House of Lords, and then you eat your dinner, and then you go on your thing, and now you're on the board of directors of a gun company and all that. Like, you know, you're in there for a shop window, and then once you're out, like, you know, shuffle your power a bit, and then once you're out of it, you're doing something else. You know, Nadim Zahawi seems to want to go for another run round. He seems to want to line his pockets again, but some of them go for job for life, maybe, but I can't see that. Even the MI5, why would the MI5 want to protect some git of an MP? Like, they protect the Queen and they protect the King because, like, that is like the God-fearing whole point of it all. Maybe the church had old money involved, but I just can't see some git of an MP, you know, getting that level of, we will make the whole world revolve around you so that you can have happiness. The rest of us, like, you know, normal people, zip, mouth shut, zip, nah. Ben Wallace's defence, yeah, like, they're chuffers, but they're in their constituents. They're not involved in their constituencies in that way. Like, those things go on other places, like in corridors and in Saudi Arabia, and in, like, their constituencies are used just to elevate them up there. And you don't shit where you live and where you eat. Oh, it's like photo op city. They're not. They're your thoughts, and they're my thoughts, and that's the thoughts, yeah. But I've been around for a bit, and I'm not convinced that. Yeah, I'm not convinced in that whole wider psyop, not like business. I can't even see that anyone would be that bothered to want to do that. Like, they've got better things to be thinking about. Like, if you were in charge of, like, in a position to instigate a psyop, like, have you not got better things to be doing with your time and money than, like, look at the way that's gone. Like, you know, honestly, I think that it would seem like a strange sideways move that was countered. Like, it could take you down completely, ruin everyone's lives, ruin all of your plans, and the benefit of it is that some people got some ideas from some newspapers about some stuff. Like, it doesn't seem to be, like, risk reward payoff worth it, you know. I just, yeah. So that's enough of that now, because otherwise I'm talked about it for too much. I don't really yeah. We'll be back tomorrow with narcissists. These things I do like, where I can get my teeth into it, the actual, you know, dealing with things that I know. The other thing about this, okay, this is something I should sign off actually with. It's not about whether you're going to watch Thus tomorrow. What this is about, deep down, the most important thing out of all of this is, do those ideas serve you? Right? Let's say tomorrow it turns out that it's a psyop, or it doesn't, or like whatever. Like, you're not tomorrow you're not going to know, are you? Like, if it is a psyop, you're never going to really know. Like, all those ideas and the conspiracy stuff becomes, it's a bit like religion and faith. It's a bit like religion and faith, because you can't touch it, you can't see it, you get little ideas and think, but you can't, and then you can argue about it with people, you can alienate people from your life, you can distance with people. So are you ever going to really know? And does it deal with, like, tomorrow? Does it pay your bills? Does it help you at Tesco? Like, does that help you in Tesco? Oh yeah, but I know why these prices are going up, and I know why we haven't got these particular vegetables, and yeah, but like, I've got to buy my dinner, so like, how does this help me, this knowledge, this conspiracy, this psyop thing? Like, how hard do I want to push it? Where do I want to take it? I know people who, when you meet them, they talk about it all the time. It's their thing. It's like their new football. You know, I know people who like football and always talk about the football. I know other people who talk about psyops. But the people who talk about psyops don't have as many friends, and people aren't as likely. Like, or maybe they find these little places on the internet where a lot of people do want to talk about it, and they find these little groups. And like, you know, what I'm saying is, does it serve you? How does it help you mentally, and to organise your thoughts, and to fight your enemies, maybe? Politically or socially. So my worry is that those ideas are spread by the right wing. They're spread by Boris Johnson and Donald Trump to get you thinking in that way, to get you confused and competitive and angry with your friends, and it doesn't serve you. It serves them. It serves the political elites that you should believe in psyops in some ways, and that's the worry for me. The main thing is, if, like, because we've spent a long time talking about it now, and I'm just going to draw a line under it, but if you take it on into your wider life and let it dominate your life, and that becomes like who you are and what's dominating all this stuff, that's a big worry, because I don't think it serves you. I don't think you end up like fixing psyops. Do you know what I mean? Like, so where does it leave you in your life, and how does that, like, you know, maybe you can have like one day a week, even if you like bang on psyops all the time, yeah? Psyops is your main thing. One day a week, or you can have not psyops at all, no psyop conversations, not at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, that might be a good day off for you. And then maybe you could have 2 days, 5 days. Maybe it's not important. Maybe one day a week psyops, 6 days other stuff. You know, maybe psyops aren't that important in your time schedule. So for the Nicola Buddy case, we'll talk about it talk about it and stuff like that. But I'm always concerned with people when you go down that rabbit hole, you know, how much of your time is dedicated to thinking about psyops. That's something that's worth thinking about for yourself. Just step back, just decide, am I thinking a lot about this? Or, you know, draw a pie chart, how much time in my life, my energy goes towards psyops, and what's the payoff in your life? What's the benefit, and could that be better spent doing something else? And, you know, yeah, that's my thoughts on that anyway. But you can answer your own questions, can't you? So yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for being good. My dog's having a little chuff about now, so I'm going to go and see what he's done. We've managed to squeeze an extra hour and a half on the episode, so that's good. For those that want to listen to it, it's good. It might make people angry. Some people might say, oh, I don't believe what he thinks about psyops, or I don't believe what he thinks about politics. But, you know, I'm not here to try and have a row with people. It's just, you know, some thoughts, isn't it? Just some thoughts. So you be good, my little podcast. Another week next week of interesting and intriguing streaming to come. Can't wait to see what happens. It should be good. You're good. And if you can't be good, you're naughty.